asset driving community development and wealth creation in this country. BMKG is a government agency focusing on providing accurate weather and climate forecast and its analysis, monitoring environmental and climate changes, as well as providing the earthquake and tsunami information to minimize the losses caused by natural disasters, both losses of life and infrastructure. BMKG was initiated in 1841 with observations of meteorology and geophysics individually made by Dr. Onan, head of the hospital in Bogor. Over time, its activities became developed under the increasing need for data from weather observations and geophysics. Then, after the handover of sovereignty in 1947, the Weather and Climate Research Institute was named the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics. Afterwards, through the Presidential Regulation No. 61 of 2008, the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics was later changed to Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency, also known as BMKG. BMKG will always provide accurate, reliable, and timely information that is vital to effective decision-making in almost every aspect of human endeavor. The effort and the spirit of this goal are supported by reputable, relevant, and reliable human resources in BMKG. BMKG has 186 regional or local offices across the country. The information provided regularly by BMKG to the public is weather information for aviation, maritime, and tourism, climate information for agriculture and food security, air quality information, climate change, earthquakes and tsunamis information, as well as information on the lunar calendar. BMKG has meteorological, climatological, geophysical observation stations spread throughout Indonesia and global atmosphere watch stations. There are 120 meteorology stations that support the integration of weather information in land, seas, air, transportation. Every day, the meteorological station retrieves data manually from the observation park and weather radar. The data is then processed to produce weather prediction services that are useful for mining, transportation, tourism, sports, health, and other sectors. BMKG also has 27 climatology stations which are responsible for providing climate services such as monthly and seasonal climate forecasts. Additionally, BMKG has 31 geophysical stations, and every day they collect data and process it to support the earthquake monitoring system and the tsunami early warning system in BMKG. BMKG also has 3 global atmosphere watch stations. They are located in Bukit Kototabang, West Sumatra, Bariri, Central Sulawesi, and Sorong, West Papua. The goal of the GAW is to monitor the effects of greenhouse gas emissions and parameters in the Earth's atmosphere. BMKG has also the unit intended to prepare the human resources working in BMKG, namely the State College of Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or STMKG. The STMKG is an official college under the BMKG. Later, STMKG graduates will be appointed as BMKG civil servants and work in BMKG offices. To increase the awareness and understanding of society in BMKG services, we also periodically hold the Agriculture Climate Field School, Earthquake Field School, and Fisherman's Climate Field School. BMKG commits to continuously innovate in delivering the best services to support the country, encouraging a more caring society, and reducing the impact of natural disasters. BMKG for a better Indonesia. The information released by BMKG is not only fast, precise, and accurate, but also wide-reaching and easy to understand by people.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming here this early. We're going to start the ceremony soon, and before we start, I would like to read some of the rules in the ceremony. 1. Participants are required to rename their ID in the Zoom platform using their clear names and institutions. 2. Participants are required to mute their sound during the workshop, except when requested. 3. Certificates will be given to participants who take part from the beginning until the end of the workshop. 4. The link to the attendance list will be provided towards the end of each session and will be closed 15 minutes after the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony will start in a few minutes. Please be prepared.
Oh, thank you. Channel untuk moodnya.
Assalamualaikum Bu Eli. Assalamualaikum Bu.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu.
Mana Bu kita? Masih menunggu atau
Duduk.
mulai atau gimana? Silakan.
Ibu. Ini ada yang bawa acara, Bu Nelly.
Ada Bapak? Ya, udah bisa dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan MPA, the Honorable Head of the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics of the Republic of Indonesia, or BMKG, Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati, PhD, the Honorable Chairman of the Geospatial Information Agency, Professor Muh Aris Marfai, His Excellency the U.S. Ambassador for the Republic of Indonesia, Ambassador Sung Kim, the Honorable Executive Secretariat of BMKG, Mr. Dwi Budi Sutrisno, the Honorable Acting Deputy Head for Climatology, BMKG, Dr. Urip Haryoko, the Honorable NOAA Assistant Administrator for Research, Dr. Craig McLean, the Honorable NOAA International Coordinator, Dr. Sydney Thurston, officials in BMKG and our NOAA colleagues, respected speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all of us here today. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you today in the opening ceremony of the 16th Annual Indonesia-US BMKG-NOAA Partnership Workshop with the theme of Subseasonal to Seasonal Forecast, Detecting Extreme Weather Events at Climate Scale. Over the years, the BMKG-NOAA Partnership Workshop has provided plenty of opportunities to discuss, to share knowledge and insight about the advancement in weather and climate prediction between the two countries. This workshop has also become a great opportunity for us to enhance the quality of our services and to build a stronger relationship with our USA colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to invite all participants to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, which will be led by this instrumental video. All participants are invited to stand up to sing the national anthem. Thank you, and please kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, As our welcome greeting, we would like to present a video about the BMKG-NOAA cooperation over the years. You, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to hear from the NOAA International Coordinator, Dr. Sydney Thurston, about the objectives of the workshop. To Dr. Thurston, the time is yours.
Terima kasih, Bu. Honorable Ambassador Kim, Honorable Craig McLean, Your Excellency Professor Dwika Rita Karnawati, and Honorable Minister Lahoot. Welcome, Selamat pagi, dear colleagues, BMKG, on behalf of your friends and colleagues at NOAA and in the USA, greetings from Washington, D.C., and welcome to our 16th annual partnership workshop. It's an honor for me to provide the objectives for the workshop in just the next few minutes, but I would like to recognize my colleagues, my co-organizing committee, Dr. Dodo Gunawan and Dr. Nelly Florida. Thank you very much for helping us put together this workshop. When I think about our partnership, our long-term partnership, I am reminded of Tom Friedman. Tom Friedman wrote the book. It was a global best-selling book, The World is Flat. Perhaps you may have read that, where Tom Friedman recognizes it is now possible for more people than ever to collaborate in real time with more other people on more different kinds of work from more different corners of the planet and on a more equal footing than at any previous time in the history of the world. Instead of looking to solve a problem within your organization, you look outward, who has the skills? Brain power is everywhere. Brain power is global. And I certainly resonate with that, having worked with Indonesia and BMKG for over 16 years. We are grateful and honored to work with Indonesia, BMKG. Terima kasih. To the point of the objectives, each year the organizing committee formulates the workshop sessions and invites speakers in alignment where we want the partnership to go in the next year. So this is where we would like to go together in our collaboration for 2022. Our objectives for the next 3 days of this workshop are to share knowledge and expertise and to improve the understanding and capacity for all participants. So this is mutual exchange of expertise. NOAA learns from BMKG, BMKG learns from NOAA regarding sub-seasonal to seasonal forecasts. This is a very high priority for NOAA in the United States. S2S forecasting and detecting extreme weather events at climate scale. To do this, we have outstanding scientists from BMKG, NOAA, and the United States. In fact, in 16 years of organizing this annual partnership workshop, I have never seen such an overwhelming show of support from NOAA and US scientists to participate in our annual Indonesia workshop. Scientists were sending me emails saying they really want to participate in this workshop. We brought the A team. The A team is with us this week, as always. And I do want to thank all my NOAA colleagues and US colleagues for your energy and enthusiasm. This strong respect, camaraderie, and trust is the bond that has sustained our long-term partnership for over 16 years. Collaboration allows us to know more than we are capable of knowing by ourselves. So with that, I'll stop. I have more about the agenda and the speakers and other details for the rest of the week. But I would like to present that after we hear from our outstanding guest speakers. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Thurston. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the welcoming remark from the U.S. Ambassador for the Republic of Indonesia, Ambassador Sung Kim. To Ambassador Sung Kim, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the participants in this virtual workshop. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak with you this morning. First, I would like to acknowledge Director General Dwi Korita and NOAA Acting Chief Scientist McLean for their leadership and hard work for fostering the 16-year-long partnership. You both embody the depth and breadth of US-Indonesia collaboration. I would also like to thank Dr. Sidney Thurston for his expertise, dedication to the partnership, tireless work, and hands-on support. To all the esteemed scientists and colleagues from BMKG, NOAA, and beyond, thank you for your efforts to advance scientific cooperation. We value our productive partnership with BMKG as we work together towards advancing critical scientific knowledge and innovation. This includes joint research and multiple educational and technical exchanges. I'm also pleased to see private sector-led collaboration between our two countries on weather and climate monitoring. US companies like Baron Systems, Advanced Radar, Maxar Technologies, Liquid Robotics, and many others are providing technology, equipment, and expertise that are helping to increase the capacity of your agency to accurately measure the impacts of climate change. My team stands ready to assist BMKG connect with additional US companies that can accelerate this progress. This year's workshop focuses on improving extreme climate detection, prediction, and migration in a changing environment. This is a key area for prosperity and well-being of both our nations and beyond. Research in this field has a clear and critical connection to climate change, one of the most urgent shared challenges of our lifetime. President Biden and Special Presidential Envoy for Climate Kerry have made raising global climate ambition a key pillar of our international diplomacy. We need action now to reduce emissions and reach net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. Without immediate and large-scale reductions in emissions of all greenhouse gases, our ability to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius may be beyond reach. We already see the impact of the climate crisis in increasingly extreme forest fires, storms, and floods. Together, our two nations have launched a productive bilateral climate policy consultative process that focuses on ambition, nature-based solutions, clean energy, and finance mobilization to support climate mitigation efforts. Robust, reliable scientific data is essential to these efforts. To build resilience and enhance adaptation, countries need to integrate the latest climate science into development, planning, and implementation across sectors and beyond borders. The result is reliable and accurate climate science. I am proud that even during this unprecedentedly difficult COVID-19 pandemic, we are able to meet virtually again this year to continue our important work. I wish all of you a productive and enjoyable virtual workshop. Terima kasih dan tetap sehat. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ambassador Sung Kim, for the remark. Ladies and gentlemen, before we listen to the next speech, I would like to invite all participants to please kindly activate your camera because we are going to have the first group photo session. Please be prepared for slide 1. For slide 1, 1, 2, 3. For slide 2, 1, 2, 3. For slide 3, 1, 2, 3. Enough? Thank you everyone for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is a remark from the NOAA Assistant Administrator for Research, Dr. Craig McLean. To Dr. McLean, the time is yours.
Selamat pagi, good evening. Minister Luhut, Director General Karnawati, Ambassador Kim, distinguished guests. I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of NOAA. I'm grateful to be in your company virtually, although I'm sure the enchanting character of Lake Toba would bring greater charm to our gathering. I hope we'll be able to gather together soon in person. The annual Indonesia-NOAA Partnership Workshop is one of the longest running science and technology partnerships between Indonesia and the United States. As we celebrate our 16th year, I can only reflect on how valuable this relationship is to both NOAA and BMKG, as we've enjoyed a close and productive partnership. Both of our agencies are charged with taking the pulse of our planet, our atmosphere, our ocean, and we do so for the well-being and prosperity and the protection of our citizens. We provide the basic science needed to understand the existential threat of climate change. The recent report of the IPCC and the physical science basis of climate change further underscores the importance of our joint work, its value to society, and our motivation. The motivation between NOAA and BMKG arises in the equal partnership, where activities are designed to ensure mutual benefit. A highlight of Indonesia's leadership in the international ocean and meteorological community is your status as the only member of the International Weather Ready Nation program in Asia. Congratulations on your leadership. And regarding weather leadership, I must offer my praise and respect for Director General Karnawati's work in the World Meteorological Organization and her leadership in bringing ocean science to the science of meteorology, as I enjoy her contributions in the multiple World Meteorological Fora, including the Research Board. I remind our legislators in Washington, D.C. that weather forecasts in America's farmlands, the middle of our country, are dependent upon what is occurring in the Indo-Pacific region. This is one of the many goals and connections that show us that the oceans know no borders, no bounds, and that close partnerships such as ours are essential for driving advancements in the forecasting and predictive services of both of our nations. NOAA and BMKG joint projects include essential research cruises like the INA Prima, as well as a number of educational and technical exchanges and opportunities. The INA Prima research cruises service 5 moorings annually from the RAMA Array, the Research Moored Array for African, Asian, Australian monsoon analysis and prediction. This multinational project provides critical support for climate change research around the world. During these cruises, the NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory buoy team collaborates with skilled Indonesian colleagues in a joint buoy servicing operation. This would not be possible without the dedicated team of the Barunajaya fleet, which I'm very pleased to say I've been able to see myself and have been able to be aboard one of the ships of this fine fleet. In addition to our workshop and the cruises, each year NOAA's Climate Prediction Center International Training Desk hosts 2 Indonesian scientists to advance knowledge and forecasting skills for BMKG. We at NOAA are proud to support 9 scientists from BMKG who participated in the data workshop this year, hosted by the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory, and we look forward to when we can soon repeat this kind of opportunity in person. Investing in the next generation of innovative ocean and climate science is vital, and fortunately we've been able to make progress on that mutual goal in spite of the global pandemic. I'm very pleased to hear that BMKG's Arif Suryo is beginning his 2nd year of a PhD program in the University of Washington School of Oceanography, with funding from the National Science Foundation of the US and support from our personnel at the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. We also congratulate Ija Sayadari of BMKG, who has been admitted to the University of Washington Atmospheric Sciences graduate program. And we hope that she will be able to start her season of classes very soon with funding and support from NOAA, Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. Well, regarding the matters before us now, I'm heartened to see so many outstanding Indonesian and US scientists presenting together on the theme of this year's workshop, the subseasonal to seasonal forecast, detecting extreme weather events at climate scale. A mutually fruitful partnership such as ours must also strive to continuously innovate in order to produce new ideas and capabilities for the future. Forecasts on the subseasonal to seasonal timescale are cutting-edge science globally, and it is a testament to our partnership that we are pushing this boundary together. The UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development provides us with further opportunities to focus our collaboration and for our relationship to serve as a model for many other countries to follow. One of the decade challenges is that of tsunamis. I am pleased to see that we have a special session on tsunami in this meeting. The UN Decade is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to revolutionize the state of international science, and our relationship defines a leadership moment. As you may recall the expression, if you wish to travel fast, then travel alone. But if you wish to travel far, then you must travel together. And together, NOAA and BMKG can travel farther in understanding the unique oceanographic, meteorological, and climatological phenomenon in the Indo-Pacific region and the farther parts of the world. In that partnership, we value it greatly, and we shall go the distance proudly together. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McLean, for the remark. Before we continue, I would like to welcome Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan to the ceremony. Thank you for being here with us, Pak Luhut. And I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Deputy Heads for Meteorology, Deputy Head for Geophysics, and Deputy Head for Instrumentation, Calibration, Engineering, and Communication Network of BMKG in the ceremony. And thank you for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the head of BMKG, Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati, PhD, to give a welcoming remark and to officially open this workshop. To Professor Dwi Korita, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, General Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellency, Mr. Sung Kim, the Ambassador of United States of America for Indonesia. Your Excellency, Professor Muhammad Aris Marfai, the Director General of Geospatial Information Agency, and Your Excellency, Dr. Sidney Thurston, the Manager of NOAA Overseas Program Development. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Dr. Craig McLean, NOAA Assistant Administrator for Research. Your Excellency, Dr. Tom Cuff, the Director of NOAA National Weather Services, and Your Excellency, Professor Mike McFadden, the NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. Your Excellency, representative of ministries, and the distinguished experts, guests, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a special welcome to our international guests, especially from United States NOAA. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 16th Annual Indonesia-US BMKG-NOAA Partnership Workshop with the interesting and strategic topic that the subseasonal to seasonal forecasting, detecting extreme weather events at climate scale. Ladies and gentlemen, being a maritime continent situated between two largest oceans, Pacific and Indian Ocean, as well as two large continents, Asia and Australia, with more than 60% of the area is the ocean, where more than 17,000 islands sitting there. The global climate change has led to the more and more serious and threatening impact on our activities in our daily life. Indeed, more and more catastrophic events occurs day and almost with very intensity, frequency, and with longer duration. More and more complexity, unpredictable, and uncertainty we have to face. So that's why, in order to survive, in order to prevent the victims, the death, the casualties, we must do something as urgent as possible. Despite of 16 years, our cooperations, still we must work harder and harder. So that's why it is our real challenge that us, Indonesia, BMKG, must seriously and continuously to improve our capacity in the observation, which needs more and more qualified skills. We must improve our processing, our analysis, our modeling, our prediction capacity, and all of that we must enhance continuously our human resources. That's why the collaboration with developed organizations, developed countries like NOAA is a must. No other choice. We must to collaborate, we must to innovate, we must to improve our human capacity, improve our technology, our innovation. Otherwise, we die. So no choice. Continuous improvement, continuous innovation, or die. So that's why we're really grateful to have this such a great collaboration. It has been more than 14 years, perhaps it has been 16 years. NOAA has closely work together with us continuously to enhance our capacity through INAPRIMA that we have seen the video. We can see in the figures, many of our young forecaster, young analysts, young modelers work together in INAPRIMA, cruising in Indian Ocean, not only to maintain the buoy, but more beyond that is to analyze, to utilize the observation and analyze the data, and then improving the modeling and prediction capacity. So there are still many other activities that we have seen all in the video. I'm sorry, I could not explain one by one, too many to explain, and I have very limited time. Basically, I must say that this collaboration is the power of science, the power of research, the power of observation to save our life, to save our environment, and to sustain our civilization. So thank you very much, our colleague from NOAA and from other related organizations, which has been very keen to keep continuing this partnership, this capacity development, this collaboration, and especially today with the workshop in order to improve the extreme climate and weather detection, again, in order to obtain the goal of 0 victims, to save all our life. Thank you very much. So by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially open this workshop. And congratulations to participate in this workshop. Congratulations to study and discuss with the expert we invite for this event. May Allah guide us with His guidance and to provide the welfare for all of us. Amin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dwi Korita, for opening the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the keynote speech from the Minister of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Investment Affairs, Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. To Minister Luhut, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korita, Head of the Agency of Meteorology, Climatology, Geophysics, BMKG, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Greg McLean, NOAA Assistant Administrator for Research, and distinguished expert, guests, and participants. Very good morning. First of all, I want to extend a special thank you to BMKG and welcome our international guests, especially from US NOAA. It's a great pleasure for me to participate and become a part of the 16th annual Indonesia US BMKG NOAA Partnership Workshop with the existing and strategic topics sub-seasonal to seasonal forecast, detecting extreme weather events at the climate scale. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, many aspects of human life significantly changed, including the process of working in the many institutions and learning in school or university. However, even though this workshop is conducted online, I expect all of us can absorb knowledge from this workshop to maximize the maximum extent, such as during face-to-face workshop. We'll hope that this pandemic will be end soon, and all of us can meet face-to-face in person and next year's workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, I get a telephone call from Ibu Korita. She texted me. She said, "Can you give the as keynote speaker at this event?" And she mentioned about NOAA. Then immediately I said yes. The reason to say so two things. Number one, of course, the credibility of Ibu Korita. I think the last 3 years, she changed the BMKG role to become a very, very professional. Number two, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to NOAA. Maybe you don't realize that NOAA helped us basically to tackle the COVID-19 issue. So we are using the NOAA report about the light, and also using Facebook and also Google and NOAA in this NASA and NOAA. So we are using this data from you, and based on this data, we set up our policy, our strategy to tackle this COVID. So if you look at now, the highest point of COVID in Indonesia, it was 15th of July. But then since we get the data from the 3rd of July to 15th of July, we decide to do something. Then we tighten the mobility and to minus 20%. This is again because of the NOAA. So since then, I think you will see very sharp the number of infectious down. So that's again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to NOAA. This cooperation not only help us in terms of climate change, but also in these days on COVID-19, you play a very vital role in Indonesia. Again, on behalf of the government of Indonesia, I would like to thank you to NOAA team. Last week, during the 2021 National Maritime Day commemoration on the 23rd of September, President Jokowi said we must continuously restore and strengthen Indonesia's identity as the maritime nation, not only through maritime jargon, but through real work in various fields. According to the President, Indonesia must make the best endeavor to improve maritime connectivity and maritime security to protect public and national interests. Adding that empowering maritime potential is the key to achieving more equitable economic growth, increasing the added value, and uniting Indonesia as a nation. As an archipelagic country, the complex land-sea distribution and topography make predicting high-impact events in this region extremely challenging. In other words, the maritime continent has been as the most challenging region for weather and climate modelers due to difficulties in resolving complex interaction of air, sea, and 1,000 islands in this region. Besides that, Indonesia is also considered as one of the zone prone the earthquakes and tsunami. We undeniably need a broad and deep multi-stakeholder involvement and transdisciplinary approach, fundamental scientific understanding, most advanced and appropriate technological application, and regional and global cooperation based on Indonesia's specific and complex characteristics. Furthermore, Indonesia is facing climate challenges, and the Paris Agreement recognizes the importance of the ocean. For that reason, Indonesia has put ocean adaptation as a part of updated national determination contribution, NDC. This ocean climate agenda need an integrated among action, scientific and policy approaches for sustainable management of the oceans. In these circumstances, I strongly support the partnership between BMKG and NOAA to assist Indonesia through BMKG in providing better weather, climate, and tsunami information. Not only will BMKG learn from NOAA, but NOAA will also learn from ours. So finally, genuine and remarkable innovation will emerge from this partnership. Because I believe Indonesia can be the biggest lab on this. So with the leadership of Ibu Professor Korita, I think NOAA cooperation and BMKG could bring a lot of fruitful outcome. Observation network is central to monitoring and understanding fluctuations of ocean and climate system. Understanding the coupled IRC system Indonesia sees is crucial for regional climate, extreme weather, water resources, and ultimately to the legacy, largely agrarian-based society through impacts in agriculture, economic, fisheries, and health. It can be a long-term objective, but is highly needed to support human resources development through a coordinated, priority-driven, and outcome-based approach. I believe that the partnership between BMKG and NOAA has played a vital role for Indonesia to build its observing capacity and finally resulting in improved forecasts. Ocean observation has become critical and to understanding related climate and physical dynamical process over maritime contents. As part of a global weather and climate community, Indonesia has a long history of contributing to the worldwide coordinated program. The collaboration with the NOAA is one of the ways we play this role. Ladies and gentlemen, we also noticed on the 5th of, 5th of December 2017, the United Nations proclaimed a decade of ocean science of sustainable development to be held from 2021 to 2030 with the motto, the ocean we need for the future we want. This decade will provide a common framework to ensure that ocean science can fully support countries' action to sustainably manage the oceans and more particularly achieve the Agenda 2030 agenda for sustainable development, of course. Of course, Indonesia will actively support the Ocean Decade, and we can claim our activities under this partnership between Indonesia and the US are part of our contribution to the Ocean Decade. Lastly, in the COP26, UNFCCC will set a session and mainstreaming blue carbon to strengthen climate and coastal resilience at the Indonesian Pavilion on November 2nd, 2021. I cordially invite you to participate in this event to share your insight ideas. I would say it is an excellent opportunity. I would like to express my appreciation to all speakers for the commitment to disseminating the knowledge. My expectation to participants is that all the participants could take the special advantage from this good opportunity, bring knowledge from the workshop to be implemented in their institution. I had a very good discussion with a special envoy of President Biden on the climate change, John Kerry, been discussed maybe 3-4 times, and we had a very, very good cooperation right now. And this is also gives some also proven that we need NOAA and we need also US on this issue. So again, thank you very much. Congratulations to this event. Again, I hope you all enjoy the workshop and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Luhut. Thank you for your remarks. Keynote. Silakan, Mbak.
Thank you, Minister Luhut, for the insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to all the remarks and speeches. Our next agenda is the second virtual photo session, and I would like to invite all participants to please once again activate your camera for the photo session and don't forget to give us your best smile. I will start the count for the first slide. For slide 1, 1, 2, 3. For slide 2, 1, 2, 3. For slide 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ini kan mau ke istana, Bapak.
Ladies and gentlemen, this would be the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you for staying with us in this wonderful opportunity, and we wish you a great time for the rest of the workshop. We are going to continue to the first session of the workshop after a 5-minute break. See you again in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Minister Luhut General Luhut, thank you. Great for your great support. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, our colleague from NOAA. Thanks also
Thank
for
you to
your
NOAA. Again, thank you to NOAA. Don't hesitate and don't, you should support us continuously on this issue, because to be honest to you, Sydney, the data that provided by NOAA and NASA really help us very much. We can see accurately how do we tackle the movement of the people and in which part of the area. This is, I think, Greg, is very important. So within, I think we believe within 3 weeks, you can see the number from 57,000 down today around 2,000 a day average. So number of death also decreased right now, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday 170, 150, yeah, the whole country. So in Jakarta only 3. So if you come to Jakarta, I think better than Singapore and better than, maybe than New York. So don't worry. So again, please continue this cooperation with NASA. Thank you again with NOAA. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pak Dubes Dubes Kim. I think Dubes Kim also joined in this meeting. I would like also to say thank you for this. It's really a big deal. Somebody maybe in the US, they don't realize. But I told John Kerry about this, without NOAA, without Facebook, without Google, I don't think Indonesia to be like this today. Yeah, we feel very comfortable, although we are still very cautious to see what happened with the Delta variant. Yeah, we're still very cautious on this. Yeah. Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Take care. Yeah.
Thank you. Take
kasih, Pak.
care. Terima
Thank you.
kasih. Udah ya. Udah selesai. Ini P kok. Ini P.
124 yesterday. Yeah.
The Indonesian archipelago is located between the Pacific and Indian Ocean on both sides of the equator. It is located between 3 active plates of 2 continents and between 2 oceans. Therefore, Indonesia is not only an agrarian country, but also a maritime characterized country. Besides its natural beauty, the country has abundant natural resources. The contribution of its natural resources on economic welfare to the community in Indonesia is the asset driving community development and wealth creation in this country. BMKG is a government agency focusing on providing accurate weather and climate forecast and its analysis, monitoring environmental and climate changes, as well as providing the earthquake and tsunami information to minimize the losses caused by natural disasters, both losses of life and infrastructure. BMKG was initiated in 1841 with observations of meteorology and geophysics individually made by Dr. Onen, head of the hospital in Bogor. Over time, its activities became developed under the increasing need for data from weather observations and geophysics. Then, after the handover of sovereignty in 1947, the Weather and Climate Research Institute was named the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics. Afterwards, through the Presidential Regulation Number 61 of 2008, the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics was later changed to Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency, also known as BMKG. BMKG will always provide accurate, reliable, and timely information that is vital to effective decision-making in almost every aspect of human endeavor. The effort and the spirit of this goal are supported by reputable, relevant, and reliable human resources in BMKG. BMKG has 186 regional or local offices across the country. The information provided regularly by BMKG to the public is weather information for aviation, maritime, and tourism, climate information for agriculture and food security, air quality information, climate change, earthquakes and tsunamis information, as well as information on the lunar calendar. BMKG has meteorological, climatological, geophysical observation stations spread throughout Indonesia and global atmosphere watch stations. There are 120 meteorology stations that support the integration of weather information in land, seas, air, transportation. Every day, the meteorological station retrieves data manually from the observation park and weather radar. The data is then processed to produce weather prediction services that are useful for mining, transportation, tourism, sports, health, and other sectors. BMKG also has 27 climatology stations, which are responsible for providing climate services such as monthly and seasonal climate forecasts. Additionally, BMKG has 31 geophysical stations, and every day they collect data and process it to support the earthquake monitoring system and the tsunami early warning system in BMKG. BMKG also has 3 global atmosphere watch stations. They are located in Bukit Kototabang, West Sumatra, Bariri, Central Sulawesi, and Sorong, West Papua. The goal of the GAW is to monitor the effects of greenhouse gas emissions and parameters in the Earth's atmosphere. BMKG has also the unit intended to prepare the human resources working in BMKG, namely the State College of Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or STMKG. The STMKG is an official college under the BMKG. Later, STMKG graduates will be appointed as BMKG civil servants and work in BMKG offices. To increase the awareness and understanding of society in BMKG services, we also periodically hold the Agriculture Climate Field School, Earthquake Field School, and Fisherman's Climate Field School. BMKG commits to continuously innovate in delivering the best services to support the country, encouraging a more caring society, and reducing the impact of natural disasters. BMKG for a better Indonesia. The information released by BMKG is not only fast, precise, and accurate, but also wide-reaching and easy to understand by people.
Thank you and welcome back to the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to the first session of the workshop, which is the general lectures with the topic of maritime continent and global climate. This session will be chaired by Dr. Dodo Gunawan as the moderator for the lectures and discussions. Dr. Dodo Gunawan currently serves at the head of Center for Climate Change, BMKG. Without further ado, I would like to pass the microphone to Dr. Dodo to lead the next session. To Pak Dodo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yesi, Miss of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good evening for college in the US. Let's we continue this workshop after a very nice opening session. We continue to the session one of the with the term maritime continent and global climate. This agenda today, we have a general lecture. We have some of two general lectures, but before continue to this, we would like to have Dr. Sidney Thurston as the NOAA Global Ocean Monitoring and Observation Program of NOAA to keep some minutes of the adoption of the workshop agenda, recommendations from 15th annual partnership workshop. That was a virtual workshop in 2022. Yes, please, Dr. Sidney, to your time.
Terima kasih, Pak Dodo. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I sent a PowerPoint presentation. If you could please bring that up at this point in time. Terima kasih. Pak Dodo, Pak Supari, do you have the presentation, please? Okay, let me try sharing my. Do you have it, Pak Supari?
Yes, the committee have. Let me.
Terima kasih, Pak.
This slide for
I'd like. In the next few minutes, I'll be just presenting a short background of how far we've come together, NOAA in Indonesia, and where we plan to go in 2022, and also recommendations from our last workshop. And then I will briefly review the agenda for everybody's approval. So this is our 16th annual partnership workshop, and I'm really heartened by the words of Professor Karnawati, Ambassador Kim, Craig McLean, and also Minister Lahoot. Just this is a very special partnership. It's enduring, and it's been going for a very, very long time. You can see some of our workshops. One in Bogor on the left, that was our 9th workshop, and then most recently with Ambassador Joseph Donovan and Professor Karnawati. But this is a long-term partnership. It's been going for many years, and it's based on very, very strong bonds and personal relationships and strong science drivers. Next, please. This is a quote that I like from Henry Ford, one of America's greatest entrepreneurs and inventors. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. And I would submit that NOAA in Indonesia, working together for 16 years, has been a success and will continue to be a success. Next, please. This is where it started. We were in Bali together in 2006. Our first workshop, Use of Ocean Observations to Enhance Sustainable Development. Next, please. This is a few years later in Jakarta Port in 2009. We are on the deck of a Barunajaya research vessel just before she's steaming out to deploy Indoprima in Rama moorings. This is Ambassador Cameron Hume, USA Ambassador to Indonesia in 2009. And the gentleman kneeling next to me holding the sign is Dr. Rick Spinrad, and he is now the NOAA administrator for NOAA. So he knows Indonesia well. And we were also in Bogor together. We've traveled Indonesia together. And Director of International Affairs is on the far right. That's Renee Epi, who's been a staunch supporter of this long-term Indonesia partnership. Next, please. This is where we started with BMKG specifically in 2012, just outside of Bogor at BMKG's training headquarters. So we're coming up on 10 years specifically with BMKG. Next, please. This is just one of the visits to NOAA's international desk at the Climate Prediction Center. This is 2015. You'll recognize many colleagues here who continue to contribute significantly to the NOAA-Indonesia partnership. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Wasila Tau, who is the director of the CPC International Desk, for sustaining this very valuable training every year. Next, please. This is Tom Cuff, my really good friend. Tom will be presenting next, but he's been a staunch supporter of this partnership for many years. And here we are at the American Embassy at America venue in a shopping mall in downtown Jakarta. Tom made an excellent presentation, an outreach presentation at America. Thank you, Tom. Next, please. This is Professor Michael McFadden, who will be speaking later today. And on one of the Barunajayas, just before they're going to deploy a Rama mooring, you can see the large Rama mooring in this photo, along with some of the sensors. And just a really good team of Indonesian colleagues. Next, please. Here we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of USA-Indonesia diplomatic relationships. You can see Padodo, Ambassador Donovan, and several of Ambassador Donovan's embassy staff. This is in Bogor, and this is the last time we met in person in 2019, and we can't wait to get back to Indonesia. We're all eager to go. Next, please. So it's a new world. I mentioned Tom Friedman's quote at the beginning, but it really is a new world. And we're so excited to be working with Indonesia, cutting edge, just outstanding colleagues, outstanding technology. And it's coming together so well. You can see I manage several of these observing systems that you see here for NOAA. I've been doing it for many years. And we're excited on the prospects of working with Indonesia to actually, employ these new observational techniques, robotics, satellite transmission, and it's just a new world. And we're working together, NOAA and Indonesia, in the new world. Next, please. Ocean observations are extremely important. They ground numerical weather predictions, the subseasonal to seasonal forecasting, extreme events. We have an initiative underway at NOAA where we're deploying ocean sensors in front of hurricanes to measure the upper ocean heat content, which of course fuels the intensity of hurricanes. And we're making nice progress on that initiative as well. But ocean observations underpin a lot of the forecasts for climate, weather, and extreme events. Next, please. NOAA's been very honored to work with Indonesia in the Eastern Indian Ocean off of Sumatra and up into the Bay of Bengal to service NOAA's 5 Rama in Indonesia's Inner Prima sites. We've been doing this for many years, and this is all part of the Indian Ocean Observing System known as INDOOS. This is the plan for 2020 through 2030. Next, please. These are the 5 Rama sites that were successfully serviced and deployed in 2019. This was the last time these have been serviced due to the pandemic. We really want to get a cruise out in early 2022 to service these Rama moorings. Next, please. This is the implementing arrangement. This is the formal document that currently exists between NOAA and BMKG. And these are the terms of reference. Annual training of BMKG staff at the NOAA Climate Prediction Center, assistance to BMKG students to complete a graduate education at the University of Washington, the annual workshop in Indonesia, focused on the use of ocean observations, climate services, and maritime applications. And we are doing it virtually. We did it in last year. We're doing it this year, but we're very eager to get back to hopefully Lake Toba in 2022. We have the joint annual BMKG-NOAA Inaprima Rama cruise. We have capacity development activities, we have data exchange, and we enjoy joint research and publications on the Rama data. So that's the formal agreement. This agreement expires in July of 2022. So we had a very fruitful business discussion last night to discuss terms and how we can expedite the renewal of this implementing arrangement. And we're making very good progress on renewing this IA. Next, please. This is our cruise in 2019. This is actually the last cruise. Mike McFadden and I are on board this ship. I think this was Barunajaya in Jakarta just before she steamed out. This was the last cruise, and this was December 2019. So we need to get back to service those Rama sites as soon as possible. Next, please. So for this year's agenda sessions, we have a very diverse and fruitful session. We will be talking about maritime continent and global climate, subseasonal to seasonal. This is known as S2S, and S2S is a very high priority for NOAA as well. So it's really good we have common ground collaborating together. We have a very rich tsunami-related activity session, thanks to Mike Angove, Laura Kong, Chip McCreary, and others at NOAA. We brought all our best experts to this tsunami-related session. We also brought our best, of course, for drought and climate extremes. We'll be talking about NOAA's or the U.S. National Integrated Drought Information Service. This is known as NIDIS, N-I-D-I-S. We'll be talking about Indonesian climate variability. Professor Schreck at North Carolina University will be discussing equatorial atmospheric waves. And Professor Schreck will be also providing hands-on practical training on monitoring equatorial atmospheric waves. Like I said in my opening, the overwhelming support from NOAA and US for this workshop has been unprecedented in my 16 years. I've never seen such a enthusiasm to come and present for the Indonesia workshop. Next, please. We do look forward to continuing, of course, for many years, but specifically in 2022, we plan to have our 17th in-person partnership workshop in Lake Toba. We plan to have BMKG scientists visit NOAA's international desk at the Climate Prediction Center just outside of Washington, D.C. And again, we really need to do all we can possibly to have an early 2022 Prima Rama cruise. We're very delighted to have graduate students at the University of Washington from BMKG. And we're also going to explore this new virtual world we're living in to have intersessional training workshops in additional topics as they develop. So with that, next please, I'll say terima kasih Pak Dodo. And that concludes the adoption of the workshop agenda and recommendations from the 15th annual partnership workshop. Terima kasih Pak Dodo.
Thank you, Pak Sydney, for the presentation about the cooperation so far with NOAA BMKG and the plan for the next year, as well as another program for the next year. Thanks, Pak Sydney again, and now we would like to invite Dr. Tom Kauf, the Director of NOAA NWS, National Weather Service, Office of Observation. Dr. Tom Kauf will give the general lecture about the United States National Weather Service, land and ocean observation. Dr. Tom Kauf, time is yours.
Masih di mute, Mbak. Still being muted. Excuse me. Still being muted.
Could you please increase your volume?
Suaranya belum keluar, Pak Dodo, katanya.
Yeah. We don't hear your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay. I apologize. We had a problem here. Pak Dodo, terima kasih, and selamat pagi, everyone. Thank you for your time today. It's truly an honor for me to have the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you this morning to discuss, to provide an overview of the observation system within the National Weather Service of NOAA. But first, I have to make a few remarks. First of all, going back to my friend, Dr. Sydney Thurston, who reminded me of the At America presentation in that which was the last time I was at Jakarta. So first of all, I must say that I really enjoyed the opportunity to visit BMKG and participate in 2018, I believe. And second of all, I believe Sydney would share with me the view that we would both much rather be wearing batik shirts than suits and ties this evening. So I certainly appreciate that. As I begin, if you can put slide 1 up, please, I would appreciate it. Thank you. As I begin, I want to make a comment that links back to Dr. Craig McLean's one of his famous sayings, and it goes something like, "If you like your 5-day forecast, then thank an oceanographer." So there will be a little bit of a theme running through that in terms of my discussion. Many of you know me in my previous role as director of the Ocean Prediction Center at NCEP for National Weather Service, and I've been the Director of Observations for the National Weather Service for about 2.5 years. I'm proud to say that as the Director of Observations for the Weather Service, that I am actively advocating for more ocean observations, because it's absolutely critical as we shift into more coupled modeling, as we want to improve our subseasonal to seasonal forecasts, and we want to improve our climate forecasts. It's very important that we have a better understanding of what's happening in the ocean environment, not just at the surface, but beneath the surface, and to better understand how that will evolve over time. What I would like to do, as requested, is to give you an overview of the observation systems that the National Weather Service uses in preparing our warnings, our forecasts, and our nowcasts. I'll do that notionally in a format of how my office is organized, and that's in terms of surface and upper air data, buoys, and our radar operations. And I hope to leave a few minutes for comments by everyone. I will try not to talk too quickly, but I also want to ensure that we complete this in the amount of time that we have. Next slide, please. So on slide 3, I briefly state the mission of our office, which is to ensure the collection of weather, water, climate, and space observations to support our warnings and forecasts, to protect life and property while enhancing our national economy. And I'm quite sure that's very similar to the mission that you all share. One thing that I will not discuss today is our space observations and how my office interfaces with the NOAA satellite service to get the satellite information we need to support our operations. But it's it suffice to say that we could not do our job without the satellites that NESDIS, the NOAA Satellite Service, provides. Slide 4, please. So very briefly, I will start out my discussion by talking about our surface observations and our upper air observations. And I actually will talk about this in terms of the various activities that we do, not just in terms of collecting the data, but also from the perspective of the testing that goes underway to ensure that the systems that we are purchasing or the systems that we are fielding provide the data that we need. Next slide, please. So what you see here is that in terms of our surface and upper observations, we actually focus both on leveraging observational data from a variety of sources, and I'll talk about that very briefly in just a moment and what that means. But our primary focus in terms of surface and upper air observations is to make sure that we've got programs that allow us to collect the data where we need it, when we need it the most, and that the observations are reliable. So in the top picture on the right-hand side of this slide is a very nondescript picture of a building near Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia, which is the main international airport for Washington, D.C. The reason I'm showing you that image is that's co-located with our weather forecast office there. And before we make any decisions on purchasing any of our radiosondes or purchasing different sensors for our surface observations, we actually go through a rigorous one-year testing process to ensure that the sensors or that the observations equipment actually works throughout all 4 seasons of the year before we actually purchase and field them. So it's very important in ensuring that our forecasters have confidence in the observational data that they're getting. Now, the bottom picture is also not a very exciting one, but it shows our National Logistics and Reconditioning Center in the middle of the U.S. in Missouri. And that's important because, as I'll go through and describe in my next few slides, it's very challenging to ensure that we get the supplies in terms of the radiosondes and the spare parts and repair parts that we need, whether it's for the radars or for our surface observation network. It's very difficult to ensure that we actually can maintain those. So we work very closely through our supply center and our depot level repair or major repair center here in Missouri to ensure that we actually can maintain the equipment. Slide 6, please. So I will, so briefly speaking very broadly in terms of our surface weather and our upper air data, I will talk about the programs indicated on the left-hand side of the slide in more detail in just a moment. And I will talk about our surface observing system, our cooperative observing program, our upper air observations, and our voluntary observing ship program. However, what I would like to mention briefly, but I will not go into a lot of detail, is that we also have some programs where we actually buy observational data to support our mission. We purchase data from through our national Mesonet program from a variety of Mesonet or closely clustered local networks around the country to help in our early warnings for severe weather, for flooding, for flash flooding, and also for tornadoes and very strong wind events. We purchased some additional observations from a variety of aircraft from our commercial airlines to make sure that we've got additional upper air soundings, if you will, as aircraft ascend from and descend back into airports. We utilize some various techniques to determine various parameters in the atmosphere by utilizing the global positioning system. We purchase lightning data from satellites and other sources. And then also we are investigating the possibility of purchasing observations from some vessels that are not participants in the volunteer observing program. So I will not talk about those programs today, but I will be happy to address any questions about those through email or through some other means. Slide 7, please. So first, in terms of some of our surface observations, our primary system for collecting surface observations is our ASOS, or Automated Surface Observing System. It's actually a program that involves 3 agencies, not just NOAA, but also our Federal Aviation Administration and our Department of Defense. So all 3 of these agencies contribute to the 887 stations around the country that report a variety of measurements, as you see listed on the slide there. Everything from sky condition and cloud height through visibility to present weather information and types, so whether it's rain, snow, freezing rain, and obstruction to visibility such as fog, smoke, and haze, altimeter setting and sea level pressure, air and dew point temperatures, wind information, and of course, precipitation. The map on the right-hand side, and the upper right-hand side shows, it's a very, I apologize, it's not the best image I have, but it shows you the geographic coverage of the ASOS system, and the different colors simply represent the agency that contributes those data. These systems were fielded back in the 1990s, so they've been in operation for well over 20 years. And in fact, we are about ready to undergo a service life extension program to update a lot of the electronics. And we're seeking funding to also update many of the sensors. The image below is a little, again, I apologize, it's a little bit hard to see, but it's basically the ASOS system, and and we've got a series of instruments lined up from the left to the right to measure the various parameters that I have indicated on the slide. Slide 8, please. One thing that I believe is rather unique in the US, and I think it is just a fantastic program, it's our co-op, or Cooperative Observer Program. And you are reading the slide correctly. This program was created back in 1890, so this program is over 130 years old. So it goes back to really the beginnings of our national weather capability in the US. We have over 8,700 volunteers around the country represented in many towns and cities and villages throughout the country, whether it's in farms, in suburban areas, in the downtown areas, many of our national parks, in the mountains along the coast. But we have these volunteers utilizing the equipment that has been provided by the National Weather Service, by NOAA. And about 2,000 of those 8,700 stations actually provide the bulk of the basic climate information that we use to define the climate in the United States. So we use that. We've got the series of roughly 2,000 stations that serve as the major database or the climate measurement stations that help us determine what the long-term climate changes are. Now, they primarily just measure daily maximum and minimum temperatures and 24-hour precipitation and snowfall, and many of them just report once a day. When you consider the fact that many of the observations that are required for our forecasts and warnings are taken in cities, it's important to have stations that have long-term records outside of cities that are measuring these parameters. And I'll tell you, it's fascinating. We have some families that have been doing this for 3 and 4 generations now. So this is really a terrific program that helps augment our understanding of the climate and our understanding of some of the long-term climate changes that are ongoing. Slide 9, please. So in slide 9, we'll talk about our upper air program, and we operate within NOAA. We operate 92 upper air stations in North America and in the Pacific Islands. 71 of those stations are manually operated, so you can see our forecaster in the middle of this bottom of the slide launching an upper air balloon, as many of you do. However, we have about excuse me, we have about 21 stations that are scattered mostly in remote areas of the U.S. Throughout the state of Alaska. These are the sites that are circled in red. In Hawaii, both those sites circled in red, and about 6 stations on the continental U.S. where we actually have an automated or an autosonde system, which is what that image is in the upper right-hand side of your portion of your screen. The reason we do that is we have some upper air stations that are far removed from our weather forecasting office, and it's very difficult to get our observers out to those stations to make those measurements. So in many cases, we have had to maintain contractors or some of our employees up in some very remote areas to take these observations, and that can be very expensive. So with the development of the autosonde system, such as the one you see here from Visola, we are able to continue to reliably take upper air observations, even in some cold, remote areas like the state of Alaska. We've actually improved our operational readiness in terms of how often we're able to successfully launch upper air balloons. We also support, I don't have a map for this, but we also support the operation of 10 additional upper air stations in the Caribbean, and that's primarily to improve our hurricane forecasting throughout that region. And like you, we take observations twice daily. However, during times of severe weather, we take them 4 times daily. Next slide, please. For anyone that knows me knows I could not give a talk without mentioning a ship or weather observations from ship, and I think the Voluntary Observing Ship Program in the U.S. and our contributions to the international and the WMO's VOS scheme is very important. We have about 400 ships, I believe, that collect and disseminate the marine weather observations, and we actually use some of our port meteorological officers in NOAA that actually visit the ships on a regular basis to ensure that their systems are operating well. The graph on the lower right-hand side of the diagram shows from about 2010 through 2020 the trend in ship observations. So many of us that have been watching this program over the years were very concerned about the decline of that top line, that top blue line, which was the total number of world observations, as that declined through the middle part of the last decade, and it has been just slowly increasing since then. And in fact, if you remove the US observations, that's that green line in the middle, you can see that basically since about 2016 or 17, the observations have been flat. However, the bottom line, the bottom red line, represents the US contribution to the program. And we've actually done that by putting some automated equipment on ships, so we've substantially increased the number of observations that our voluntary observing ships are taking. So at another time, I'd be happy to give more information on that and talk with you about how we go about doing that. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do now is move on to buoys. As a maritime nation, this is critically important to you as it is important to us, and I'll talk a little bit about each of our buoy types. Next slide, please. On slide 12, here on slide 12, I provide an overview of what our buoy network looks like. We have over 300 of them deployed worldwide. What stands out the most for you is probably the blue tropical atmosphere ocean array across the equatorial Pacific. And I'll talk about each one of those in just a moment. However, you also see the red diamonds representing the dark or tsunami stations. And then we've got a variety of yellow triangle weather buoys and seaman stations that provide the coastal weather information that we aren't able to get otherwise. Next slide, please. So first we'll talk about those yellow triangles that I just pointed to, the coastal weather buoys. And these are the buoys, the network of 104 buoys that are in some of our bigger lakes, the Great Lakes in the US, but also along the Aleutian Islands of Alaska, in and around Hawaii, and along the US coastline, providing wind direction and speed, barometric pressure, temperature and dew point temperature, sea surface temperature, and wave spectra. And these are just absolutely critical in improving our ability to provide marine forecasts. What you see in the lower left-hand corner of that is an image of the passage of a hurricane over one of our buoys. So you can see the blue sustained winds and the red wind gusts increase over time as you move from left to right, as the barometric pressure, or the green line, drops very rapidly in advance of the hurricane. The good news is we seem to do a good job of placing these buoys, because usually several times a year a tropical cyclone will pass near or right over one of our buoys. The bad news is they often come loose from the moorings when a major hurricane goes over them, and that creates some maintenance difficulties for us. But the data that these buoys provide are really critical for us. We try to maintain, get cruises out to maintain these buoys on an annual basis to make sure they stay in top operating condition. Slide 14, please. Here's our shown here would be our coastal marine automated network, or seaman stations. We have about 45 stations right along the US coast, very often, as you can see, near former lighthouses. And these stations along the coast and in the Great Lakes also provide some additional information to support the buoys. And they have the advantage of not breaking loose from their moorings under high winds and rough seas. So they too provide our typical parameters of winds, pressure, air and dew point temperatures, and sea surface temperature, where we're able to get a sensor in the water. These stations can be difficult to maintain simply because they're in some very remote areas, some of them on private property. So we do have some challenges maintaining these. So we don't get to these stations as often as we would like to. However, since they're not floating in the ocean or moored in the ocean, we don't have as many problems with these. Moving on to slide 15, a program that is very important to Indonesia, of course, are the tsunami buoys, and the long name is indicated there as the Deep Ocean Assessment Reporting of Tsunamis. I was very pleased to see that tomorrow's sessions are devoted to tsunamis, and I think that will be fascinating for you. We have 39 stations around the so-called Ring of Fire in the Pacific, as well as the earthquake and tsunami-prone areas of the Atlantic, Caribbean, and Gulf of Mexico to the east and south of the United States. And I think all of you in that room probably know more about these buoys than I do, as they provide tsunami detection observations for our warnings. What we use these, of course, is once we get the seismic signals indicating that there's an earthquake, and if it meets certain parameters, we issue the tsunami warnings and watches as appropriate, and then we look for those first signals from the dark buoys to give us an indication of what we might do to refine our tsunami warnings further. And again, I'm sure you all will have a lot more to discuss about this in detail tomorrow. Slide 16, please. These were the TAL array, those 55 moored buoys along the equatorial Pacific. That's just absolutely critical in our understanding of what's happening with ENSO. They support our subseasonal and seasonal and climate forecasts in the U.S. and And I think it goes without saying that they're very important to Indonesia as well. So these 55 more buoys, 4 of which have subsurface current profilers, are measuring a variety of ocean parameters, both surface and subsurface, as well as surface weather parameters. One of the things that we found is many of the eastern sites that are close to the coast of South America are subject to vandalism. So we have cameras placed on those buoys to try to help minimize that, or at least track, be able to monitor the ships that are vandalizing them. That said, it's really important to maintain these buoys on an annual basis, and we're hopeful in the coming years that we'll be able to do some recapitalization or some refitting of these the 55 buoys on the tower array. Next slide, please. And given time limitations, I will not spend a lot of time here on this, but just to show you that at our National Data Buoy Center, we actually don't just collect and process buoy data. We actually collect a variety of data from our international partners, including Indonesia, from various other agencies in the US that are collecting near shore and offshore ocean observing information. And our Mission Control Center pulls that information together and prepares it for use in our global models and distributes it through the WMO's Global Telecommunications Center. And again, rather than talk more about this, if you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer those separately or offline. Thank you. Slide 18, please. So very briefly, this introduces our Radar Operations Center in Norman, Oklahoma, and this is where we manage our next generation weather radar or our NextRad program. Next slide. This is also just like the Automated Surface Observing System, or the ASOS surface weather systems. This is a tri-agency program where funding is shared by the Weather Service through the Department of Defense, mostly the US Air Force, and also the Federal Aviation Administration. And the purpose of our radar network is to provide severe weather warnings and forecasts, ensure safe and effective and efficient operations at our airports, our major airports around the country, protect our military aircraft and assets on bases, but also for enhancement of the national economy, which rests very heavily not only on the aviation community, but on all of our users that rely on warnings of flash floods, on warnings of severe thunderstorms, and on warnings of tornadoes. Now, most of these systems were deployed back in 1990, so these are also about 30 years old, and I'll talk a little bit about what we've done to update those in just a moment. Next slide, please. So on slide 20, this is just to illustrate the coverage of the radar. Essentially, we've got really good coverage if it's yellow or orange from 122 radars on the mainland US that belong to NOAA, and another 21 radars that belong to the Department of Defense. And our territory of Puerto Rico also has a Federal Aviation Administration radar on board. You can see that we do have some areas where we don't have very good coverage. Those are the white areas on the map. Those are primarily mountainous areas or in general, very sparsely populated areas. These radars are expensive to operate and maintain, and we also have geographic barriers associated with the Rocky Mountains that really prevent full coverage everywhere. However, we have techniques to try to fill in those gaps, and that's another area I'd be glad to talk about at a future time. These radars are S-band radars, so while I know that there are smaller portable X-band radars that are also useful for collecting radar information, but we utilize the S-band to get as much range, basically to optimize the range versus the capability of the radar. And then in a moment when I talk about the upgrades, I'll mention the fact that our radars are all dual polarization, which allow us to determine precipitation type, which is really important in the US where we've got hail, freezing rain, snow, and in addition to rain problems that we have to deal with. Next slide, please. Overseas, we also have a number of sites. So we have radars in Alaska, and as you can see, given the remote populations and the sparse mountains and other issues. We don't have very many radars on Alaska, but we do have them in the population centers. We have radars around Hawaii, the territory of Guam, supporting our defense activities in Okinawa and also in South Korea. So we've got 4 Department of Defense radars and 12 FAA radars on these overseas sites. Next slide. I had mentioned the fact that these radars are about 30 years old now. So what we've been doing over the last 8 years is we've actually undergone about a $150 million program to extend the life of these radars to take that 1980s and 90s technology and keep these radars operating beyond about 2035. We've updated the signal processor, the transmitter, the pedestal, which actually holds the rotating dish, the shelters for the equipment. So, and we've got about 2 more years of that work, and then we will have largely recapitalized the whole thing. What we're doing now is realizing that it takes a long time to develop the next set of weather radars. If our systems aren't going to last much beyond 2035, what are we going to do about that? And that's a very, very active area of investigation between the NOAA Research Office, Dr. McLean's office, and the National Weather Service working together. Slide 23. What I'd like to do is close out. It's in terms of talking about our systems. Next slide, please, and talk about our programs in terms of how well we are doing. So it's one thing to have this equipment in place, but it's another to ensure that they're operational when we need those information, when we've got severe weather conditions, when we need to get those warnings out. And I bring this up because this is very important, because it's the reliability of these systems that leads us and NOAA to own and operate many of our own systems, or at least work with vendors, with contractors who have a long history in providing these services, because we have to ensure that these systems are operational as much as possible. We strive for 96% weather radar availability for our weather radars, for our surface observation systems, and for our radio sound systems. And for our buoys that are a lot more difficult to get to and maintain in a harsh ocean environment as they are, we strive for an 80% availability for these systems to ensure that we get the information we need. And I showed you a picture early on about our logistics and maintenance and activities, and that's having that located in the middle of the U.S. is really important to ensure that we can get spare parts shipped all around the country within a day or two, to ensure that these systems are maintained. So with that, I just wanted to close out by first thanking you all for your attention. I'll be happy to take any questions that we have some time for. I'll also be happy to take any of your questions and answer them through email. But I also would like to close out by saying that these aren't the only observations that we utilize in our systems. Of course, we leverage and utilize systems that are collected all over. Observations that are collected from systems and nations all over the world. But even within NOAA, and I want to thank our partners in NOAA Research and OAR for a lot of the drifting buoys and the floats that we utilize data from as well. So we've got good cooperation in ensuring that we share the data, use the data for research where it's appropriate, and where we can include that data in our operational forecasting use, we use that as well. Terima kasih. Thank you for your attention, and I'll stand by for any questions either here or via email.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Dr. Tom Cobb, the Director of NOAA National Weather Service from the Office of Observation, explaining about the observation system in the US. Thanks again, Dr. Tom Cobb. And ladies and gentlemen, the participants of this workshop, now we...
Patanu, if you're speaking, I cannot hear you.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, Tom. Yeah. Now we proceed to next speaker of the general lecture. This general lecture session, we have speaker here from the Indonesia, the chairman of the Agency for Geospatial Information, Prof. Muhammad Aris Marfai. He is the chairman of the BI, the National Geophysical Information Agency. Yeah, Professor Dr. Renat Muhammad Aris Marfai. I just briefly here his curriculum vitae. He has the PhD from the Geography Justus Liebig University, Germany, and then Master of Science from the Earth Science Analysis at Institute of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, ITC, University of Twente, the Netherlands, and lecturer of Faculty of Geography, Gadjah Mada University, and then also dean of the Geography Faculty of Gadjah Mada University. So, Prof. Muhammad Aris, please, it's your time, and you will give the lecture about the role of geospatial information in climate change mitigation. Please, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Dodo. I hope you can hear my sound.
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The head of the BMKG, Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati, and all the colleagues in BMKG, all the deputy, and also the committee. Also the honorable, our colleagues from NOAA. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and nice to see you all. And in this opportunity, I would like also to share our experiences related to the role of the geospatial information and services for climate action. Me, myself, Aris Marfai, as the head of the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. Today, at least there is three important points related to the climate exchange being done so far by our agency. First of all, we are doing the supporting activities of climate-induced, mainly in the hydrometeorological disaster risk reduction management, in collaboration with the National Board of the Disaster Management, BNPB, as well as with BMKG and all other agencies and as minister. And second thing, we are to also do the climate action related mapping based on One Map policy, according to our regulation number 23, 2001. And also we are doing the National Geospatial Information Network, which is for integration, synchronization, and distribution of various required thematics map. Part of this, for sure, also we are doing the thematic mapping on the climate as well as the disaster issues. The third one, also, we are part of the National Task for Land Subsidence and Greenhouse Gases. If we have a look at the picture of Indonesian disaster, at least up to 2019, generally dominated by the hydrometeorological disaster. For example, there is flooding, landslide, what you call it, flooding, as well as the high wave, typhoon, etc. and so on. So our agencies, which is the geospatial information, actually play important role in a part of the managing of the disaster induced by the climate. According to the law number 4, 2011, geospatial information in Indonesia are divided into at least three parts. The first, what we call it basic information, geospatial information, which is consists of base map. Also, we have to maintain what we call geodetic control network, including horizontal, vertical, gravity and tides. And this is for sure important also for the issue on the managing disaster. To the thematic geospatial information in our agencies, in together with the ministers, agencies, local government in thematic issues. So actually the ministers and other agencies and local government are the main executor, and we are from PIG accompanying or together with them in order to develop the thematic map according to the sectoral issues. The third one, we are also doing the geospatial information infrastructures, meaning we have to develop the data infrastructure, including the standard and regulation, institutional arrangement, human resources, as well as the science and technology in the term of the information infrastructures. Let me start with the first point, which is the supporting activities of climate-induced, mainly hydrometeorological disaster risk reduction management. They manage data or tide station. Also, we are managing the course data, which is continuing operation references, and also we are doing the thematic map together with the other agencies. Tide station. If we are dealing with the bathymetric mapping, which is in management, or if you are dealing with the tsunami, for example, on the sea level rise and the tide predictions. So we need the tide gauge data. And in PIG, we are managing this tide gauge in a real time on 200 more points around the Indonesia. I would show you later our distribution. This is the tide gauge data availability so far in Indonesia, consists of 206 tide gauge stations, and we should develop more and more to have the dense network of the tide station. So all these stations are almost all these stations are what you call it in a real time transfer, which is every 5 seconds we transfer the data. Also, we transfer the data to BMKG actually in order to support the early warning system. So by monitoring the sea level on the ocean. So this station comprised of 2 tide gauge sensor installed inside, which is the sensor bubble and radar. Sometimes we have also 3 sensor inside, bubble, radar, and also mechanics. But also we install the sensor GNSS in order to do what we call it the CORS, the Continuous Operation Reference System, which is the satellite GPS. So if we have looked the sea level rise trend in Indonesia, so actually the data from our tide gauge station can be used to confirm this one, also to help to support this modeling in Indonesia. So therefore, the tide data from our station is very important. Also, the tide gauge data could support the sea level rise in Indonesian region analysis, which is we know nowadays some of the area facing with the sea level rise, and therefore we can detect, we can monitor those from this our station tide gauge, including also if we are analyzing the subsidence, flooding, and inundation, for example. Some of the scholars has already utilizing our data. For example, on this picture example by Pak Andreas from Geodetic ITP, who are utilizing part of our data to analyzing the subsidence, flooding, and also the inundation. So that was the first one, which is the tide station, tide gauge data. The second one, as I mentioned before, we do also managing what we call it INA course utilization. Course meaning continuously operating reference system. In a real time, we use this to early warning system for various natural hazard in Indonesia, also as a network for surveying and mapping. If we need the precision, very detailed mapping, so we should have the course data, more dense course data. So you can imagine spread out 5,000 kilometers entire Indonesia. It is not easy to do the gravity measuring. So not entire area we can do the gravity by physical, but also we should do by airborne gravity measurement. So also in the post-processing, this course data will be used for example, the coordinate reference frame for various positioning surveying, especially the very detailed surveying. Also for studying and mapping the characteristic of, for example, troposphere, ionosphere above the Indonesian territory. So we can do also using this core utilization. There is the Indonesian continuously operating reference system. So far we have in entire Indonesia. Yes, I agree that we should add more, especially in Kalimantan, also in Papua. There is still limited core station of Indonesia, and we have a commitment with our budget to also increase year by year this. And this is the example on how we can utilize our course data. For example, we can see the GPS station velocity, the shifting of our continent, for example, which is up to 50 millimeter per year. So in the unit of millimeter, you can imagine we can measuring this by our course data. So every single small movement of the continent, for example, then we can measure by our course data. This course data actually also can be used if we are measuring the land subsidence. Nowadays, it's very famous in the hot issue in the national debate about the land subsidence in Jakarta, in Semarang, etc., and so on. Actually, we are already doing this measurement a few years ago, and up to now we still measuring, monitoring using the course data. So some of the scholars already use our course data in order to monitor the vertical as well as the horizontal movement of the land according to the land subsidence phenomenon. Those data, the tide gauge station as well as the course data, we can find freely and in srgi big.go.id or in RTK big.go.id or in sea level monitoring big.go.id. So just it is free accessing those data. The third point that I would like to share with you, beside the tide gauge station, also the core station, we do also in our agency what we call it thematic data, thematic mapping. One of the best example, and I'm very proud to show this, which is our cooperation with BMKG and the Minister of Public Work in developing the what we call it SNE, Indonesian National Standard for flood-prone mapping in a map 50,000. So this is the good example how we dealing with the other agencies and the minister in our commitment to help to minimize the impact of the disaster by, for example, design generating the national standard for mapping. The second thing also, we develop what we call it the landscape analysis approach using land system map. So nowadays we are finishing land system mapping all entire Indonesia in a scale 50,000. Hopefully this will be done finished at 2022. Nowadays in this 2021 we are finishing in the east part of Indonesia, including Timor, Sulawesi, and Jawa Timur. And then next year we should do the mapping in Papua and Maluku, which is the very hard, the hardest situation actually to do the mapping in Papua and Maluku. If you are taking the measurement on the field, by taking the sample of the soil, by measuring the land, by measuring of the topographic, and that's a really very tough job. Based on this land system, we can verify it in many thematic map in the disaster issue. For example, the map of the flood-prone area. So, because in the flood-prone area map, for example, we are verifying the information of landform. We are deriving the information of topographic, vegetation, land cover, etc., and so on, based on our land system mapping. So there is just to give the example how actually the reach of how condense the information on the land system mapping, and we can use this for many activities, including, for example, in our other successful cooperation with the other minister, which is the Minister of Forest and Environment, in provision of the forest and land fire vulnerability mapping standard. So we just finishing the Indonesian National Standard of the mapping on forest and land fire in 2019 with the collaboration with the Minister of Environment and Forestry. All those things that I said, you can access it on geospatial data sharing, meaning that we have the portal allow us to sharing the data among us. Who is us? The minister, agencies like BMKG, BNPB, us in BIG, also the local government, in sharing the geospatial information that we have. So we can use, for example, we provide the basic map for all the agencies. The other agencies also provide the thematic map, for example, mangrove map, for example, the landslide map, etc., and so on. You can name it. The next point is our task, our duty, our support, and our involvement on the climate action-related mapping based on one map policy, which is according to the presidential decree number 2023 2001, and also what we call it National Geospatial Information Network, Jaring Informasi Geospasial Nasional, according to the presidential decree number 27 year 2014. And this is actually a schematic on one map policy. Just to let you know that Indonesian government has the program. All those information, geospatial information, should be in a one policy, one standard, and then one metadata and one system. Therefore, we can make the integration, compilation, and synchronization much more easier, and also can share the data much more easier to other agencies. Therefore, we call the one map policy. So far, we have finishing in last year, for example, 85 thematics map in coordination with all the minister and agencies. And starting this year, we have to also finish 158 thematic maps. In ministerial and in agencies, also in local government. So by this thematic geospatial information in a one map policy in the second period, we involve also the maritime map, disaster map, land map, economic map, financial map, land permit map, etc. and so on. So at least there is the 72 new terms included on this thematic map on one map policy. So if you can imagine, if we can do all those things and we can provide this for Indonesian development, then would be much more easier for example, investor to do the planning, to do the development, to do the planning of the regional development, etc. and so on. This is one of the example how we use the one map policy that are useful for example, on these climate action related activities. We have the land use map, we have the land cover maps, land system, palm oil coverage map, forestry map, etc. and so on. So those are actually some of the example one map policy that we create together in a relevant with the climate action related activities. This is just to give an example how we create the land system map in entire the Kalimantan, and also we do the map of the national rice field as a mandate from the national government, that BIG, and also what you call it, the Minister of Agraria, and also the Minister of Agriculture has to do together to do the map of national rice field. Also, we do the map oil palm plantation coverage in coordination with the Minister of Agriculture as well. This is just to give an example how we do the thematic map for various issues. The third point is actually the National Geospatial Information Network. I already mentioned a little bit previously. This is according to the presidential decree that NGIN is a platform for geospatial information sharing and dissemination among the minister, provincial government, district, and city government. So all these offices, actually, they should have what we call it simple jaringan, or what we call it the platform for information information portal, and therefore we can use to disseminate as a fundamental network, integrated network for all the agencies. The last thing that I would like also to share with you, our task in the National Task Force of Land Subsidence and Greenhouse Gas. BIG also involve and support, for example, on the commitment of the greenhouse gases. Therefore, according to the peraturan pemerintah number 73/2017, we in BIG has a rule on a gas inventory for forestry sector, which is our task is to support of base map data and also to support the geospatial data constructor in one map and one data policy framework, as well as the data management in one map one data policy framework. So this is our task in this National Task Force for Land Subsidence, including actually in this part is establishing authorized agency with coordinating the land subsidence mitigation and adaptation, also the creating a risk map system and monitoring of rate of land subsidence in supporting mitigation and adaptation effort. So in the second thing, PIG has play a very important role. This is just to give you an example how the agencies are supposed to support this land, the National Task Force for Land Subsidence. In PIG, for example, we have to support on the production of the land subsidence map itself by providing the GNSS geodetic, as I mentioned before, by providing the course data. Also, the rate of the land subsidence, the hazard map of the subsidence, and the preparation of hazard and disaster map. Actually, there is some part that PIG has to support. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the closing point. The first, the climate-induced disaster, mainly in the hydrometeorological disaster, for example, we need what we call the geospatial data and information to support this activity. And therefore, the participatory map, for example, and also map has been created, has been done by the thematic in agencies are very important to support the meteorological disaster risk mitigation. The second thing also, the geospatial data information are important also to support on the mitigation in adaptation as well on the impact of the climate change, for example. I think those are that we can share with you all, and very happy to have connection with you all to further collaboration in the near future. Thank you very much. I give time back to Pak Dodo.
Thank you, Prof. Aris Malfani, for very excellent presentation about the role of Agency for Geospatial Information of Indonesia, on how this agency supporting the information for mitigation of the geo-hydrometeorological disaster. Thank you, Pa. And now, still time, I would propose to some questions to the floor. If you have any question, maybe you can raise your hand or just put on the chat room. Please, I think I see here Ibu Subekti Mujiasi, with raised hand. Please, please do your question simple and quick.
Thank you for your opportunity, Dr. Dodo. Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Subekti Mujiasi from BMKG Regional Office Bali. Actually, I'm not asking but proposing. This for Ibu Professor Dwi Korita, Mr. Sidney Tustan, and Mr. Tom Kauf. Thank you for the opportunity. In the presentation, mostly you mentioned the sea observation are spreading in the open sea, such as Indian Ocean, especially in the western of Sumatra. I understand that the cooperation is focusing on the climate forecasting, and the short term for meteorology, but for long-term purposes is climate forecasting. However, mostly we have much more shallow water inside Indonesia area. From this collaboration, I'm proposing to increase assistance and observation for voluntary observing system program for shallow water. For instance, Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, Java Sea, Karimata Strait, deep sea, but I'm proposing for the Indonesian waters inside Indonesia area, not only in the open sea. I realized it was not easy to find the sea observation in Indonesia area. So maybe perhaps we can optimize VOS program or CMAN for marine forecasting. We already have a VOS program a few years ago. Yeah, we have initiated by some colleague, and also it's initiated by Ibu Nelly Florida. But it would be great, maybe we can enhance the cooperation by this cooperation to increase the observation in the shallow water. Because we have effect, we got effect from the changing weather in the western of Sumatra, and we have get the effect. So maybe I perhaps I propose this idea. Maybe from this cooperation, NOAA can give us assistance about how to do the VOS well, and also we can have maybe how to manage it. So that's my idea. I hope it would be good, can be for a next program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Subekti, for your advice and proposal. Maybe we, as learned from Dr. Tomkov about the observation system in the US, then we can learn to know how we develop the observation system, either in the land or in the water or ocean. So I still have some time before continue to next speaker. Please, if you have one or two questions.
Yeah. Pak Dodo.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Pak Dodo, for the opportunity Thank you for the opportunity to answer questions. I would like to, I'm Ani from the Cooperation Division of BMKG. I just would like to get the information on how the government of US conduct the integration of the data, meteorological, climatological data in the US, and other related data as mentioned in the WMO data, unified data policy. Perhaps if you could share us how the US government deal with this, it would be one input for BMKG as well for coordinating that WMO new data policy in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this directed to Dr. Tom of the your question. Could you please, Pak Tom, to answer Ibu Ani's question?
Yeah, yes, like Pak Dodo, let me make sure I believe I understood the question to be how we can coordinate the positions on the WMO data policy in advance of the Congress. Is that the question?
Yes, that is.
Right. Okay, great. And I'll get some information.
Pak Tom, your voice is not. Yeah.
I apologize. That was my fault. Yeah, we'll make sure we have the contact information for you, and I will contact Courtney Dragon and our International Affairs Office and Weather Service as they are preparing our positions for the WMO Congress. Will that be okay?
Okay, thank you, Pak Tom, for the explanation. I said this one screen from question from Pak Sidney. Please, I think just read the script. There is, I think, one question from Pak Sidney. I will read. This the question to again Tom Cox. Which emerging observation are you most excited about for improving weather forecast? Yeah. Yeah, just this one, please.
Okay, Pak Toto, thank you. Sydney, thank you for your question. You know, it's a little bit like asking a father who his favorite child is. Okay, there are so many, you know, there are so many opportunities out there to improve observations. You know, given and some emerging technologies coming on board. You know, given my experience and all the time I've spent in the maritime community, I'm certainly a little bit partial to anything that's going to improve our understanding of the ocean environment. I very much am supportive of the drifting buoys with that measure barometric pressure and wave height spectra as really improving our ability to understand what's happening with the storms on the open ocean. Those I recognize those have a little bit more of a limited capability inside shallow water, so that gets to one of the earlier questions that we need to have a further dialogue on. Over land, I would have to say that it's probably the miniaturization, the continued miniaturization of the sensors, both on satellites and the possibility of having infrared sounders on geostationary satellites. So I think that'll be very exciting. That'll be something that the global community will benefit from EUMETSAT as well as from other satellite providers in the coming years. But I also believe more again, the miniaturization of high quality sensors will allow better measurements on a broad scale and more crowdsourcing, broadly speaking. So Sid, it's a hard question for me to answer, but that's probably the order I put them in. You know, and I think about that in terms of the greatest gaps that we have, which are the gaps over the ocean area.
Okay. Yeah. I must stop this Q&A session. But before continue, maybe Ibu Kepala Badan, if you have any comments before we continue to another speaker. Could,
all right.
Ibu?
Yes, thank you very much for several questions and suggestions. In fact, BMKG policy is keep continuing to improve or enhancing the quality and coverage of our observations, as well as I mentioned before, our observation, our data processing, analysis, and modeling for this, our maritime continent region. So any idea, any suggestion related to that enhancement, that will be very important to make it happen. So for instance, for additional observation is not only in Indian Ocean, but also in the inner maritime situation. We are currently in the process of improving that through several projects or activities, such as now we have a double package of modernization maritime observation. I think those also including Sulawesi Straits and Natuna. It is ongoing in the process of development. However, we also welcome for any collaborations with other countries. So that's why with NOAA, of course, that will be also great if additional observation for the inner ocean or inner sea of our maritime continent will be added. And lastly, regarding the data policy, yes, indeed, we are very welcome, very happy. Then it has been conducted, in fact, for years, we conducting data exchange with other government agencies or other institutional agencies in the global community, those including with WMO, also other members, country members in the WMO, and also we will be open as well with the academic purposes. But then I think Indonesia is also having the national data policy, which the data is not all under control of BMKG. So that's why if the data exchange beyond the BMKG data observations, that needs special effort. Like for hydrological data, is not under control of BMKG. Geodetical data is not under control of BMKG. Some oceanic data also not under control of BMKG. So we need to let everyone knows we must have special consideration and effort on that. And also we also have the government national policy. When we deal with the private sector, there is a special other arrangement. It's not the same as the engagement with non-private. So there is a special regulation which has been approved by the president. So perhaps this is the case that we need to discuss further on that. I think that part, anyway, we always be happy and be open to have exchange of doubts and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu, for your explanations about BMKG from observation data policy. I think it's very challenging when we following the presentation from Tom Kapp about the observation system in the US. It is several options on observation. There is normally volunteer or cooperation observation. That's, I think, that we must learn more from the NOAA, how develop the observation system as well as the data policy or exchange. Thanks, Ibu, again. As we are now discussing with our colleagues from very big difference time, so we must continue. We have another presentation from Prof. Mike McPadden from the NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. So let's continue, and we invite Prof. Mike McPadden to give a presentation about the biweekly mix or Rossby gravity waves in the equatorial Indian Ocean. Please, Prof. McPadden.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Okay, and I think somebody is controlling the slides at BMKG, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, can you put it on full screen mode? Thank you. Yeah, I don't, there was a change in the title that didn't make it into the final agenda. But in any case, what I'd like to talk about is ocean atmosphere interactions in the Bay of Bengal. And in keeping with the theme of this 16th annual workshop, which is detecting and forecasting extreme weather events, I want to describe the response of the upper ocean in the Bay of Bengal to severe tropical cyclone Gaja in November 2018. And in particular, I want to explain why there was no cold wake after the passage of this storm. This is work I'm doing with National Research Council postdoc Srileka Jayugula. And it is, I'll be presenting preliminary results. And in general, this is an open invitation to all my colleagues at BMKG who are interested in these topics to work with us and the analysis of and interpretation of these data. Cold wakes are a common feature of hurricanes and tropical cyclones. They are the cold sea surface temperatures left behind after the passage of a storm, and they can cover substantial areas and persist for a month or longer. It's been hypothesized that these cold wakes can reduce the likelihood for subsequent tropical cyclone development. So they may be important for modeling and forecasting of cyclones and hurricanes, and for understanding the feedbacks of cyclones in a changing climate. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a cold wake. It's from Cyclone Nargis that occurred in April-May 2008 in the Bay of Bengal. On the left is shown the track of the cyclone in the black line, and a snapshot of sea surface temperature on May 2nd. That's the day that Nargis made landfall in Myanmar. And you can see very clearly the cold along the track of this cyclone, particularly on the stretch from the central basin to the coast of Myanmar. This was a pretty strong storm, category 3 or 4 equivalent hurricane, 215 kilometers per hour maximum speeds, wind speeds. And so what produces this cold wake is shown on the right side. This is a time series from our Rama moored buoy at 15 north. As the storm approaches the buoy, you can see it excites resonant inertial oscillations that have significant vertical shear associated with them. That shear generates mixing. You get a very rapid deepening of the mixed layer and the mixing of cold water up from the thermocline, and that produces this strong cold wake. So next slide, please. So Gaja is shown here on the right side, and it's a similar presentation of the sea surface temperature. It's actually one day. It's the November 15th, 2018 sea surface temperature with a track of Gaja overlaid. And you do see some cooling in this plot, but this is the normal seasonal cooling because we're moving into the northern hemisphere winter in the northern Bay of Bengal. What you don't see is the very distinct trace of cold SST, except at perhaps the very, very end of the plot as it's making landfall near southern India and Sri Lanka. Now you could say, well, Gaja is only a hurricane, category 1 equivalent hurricane, but the wind speeds are still 150 kilometers per hour maximum. You would expect there would be some kind of ocean mixing signal. And it turns out that whether you get a cold wake or not depends a lot on whether the cyclone is occurring in the pre-monsoon season of April and May, or the post-monsoon season of November and December. And the next slide provides a hint for why that is. Next slide, please. Yes. This shows the seasonal cycle of sea surface salinity in the Indian Ocean. On the left is the surface salinity in April, May, and on the right is the surface salinity in October, November. And you can see from the deep blue colors in October, November, it's much fresher in the northern Bay of Bengal. And the reason is because the southwest monsoon dumps a lot of rainfall directly on the Bay of Bengal, but there's also a lot of river outflow from land runoff through the Brahmaputra and Irrawaddy river systems that are funneling river runoff into the bay. And so what this does is it produces a very shallow mixed layer structure in the Bay of Bengal. The density structure, upper ocean density structure, is strongly controlled by salinity at this time of year. So you get these very shallow freshwater mixed layers that essentially isolate the mixed layer from the upper part of the thermocline. And the distance between the base of the mixed layer and the upper thermocline is called the barrier layer. It's a barrier to vertical mixing. And in these barrier layers, you can actually develop temperature inversions because it's stably stratified overall, even if there's a temperature inversion because of the salinity effect. So the next slide, please. Yes, okay, so what we want to do is we want to look in a little bit more detail at what happened during Cyclone Gaja at the, and we're going to base this analysis around the data that we've collected at 15 North 90 East at the Rama mooring. Thanks to BMKG and our other Rama partners, we've been able to maintain a time series at this location dating back to 2007. So it's nearly a 15-year-long time series, and it's strongly influenced by the monsoon wind circulation and the passage of rain bands associated with the southwest monsoon over this northern Bay of Bengal region. And begin to hit next, please. Yeah, so we're only going to look at the very last part of this record from June 2018 to about August of 2019, about a 14-month period. And if we can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. During this time, this is generally a very heavily instrumented mooring, but we instrumented it even more heavily for this time period in collaboration with Oregon State University with funding from the U.S. Office of Naval Research as part of a program sponsored by the ONR called the Monsoon Intraseasonal Oscillations in the Bay of Bengal, or MESOBOB program. So they provided ocean turbulence sensors called KIPODs, and that's shown in yellow on the left at the depths at which those were deployed. And we at PMEL also deployed a 300 kilohertz downward looking acoustic Doppler current profiler on the surface mooring so that we could get very high vertical resolution velocity measurements in the upper 70 meters with at 10-minute intervals. So we'd be able to look at shear generation from the ADCP, and we would be able to look at turbulence generation from the KIPODs. I'm not going to talk about the KIPOD data in this presentation because they're still being post-processed, but we will look at some of the high-resolution ADCP data. And the next slide, please. So here is the 14 months of wind stress magnitude data from the mooring. This is from June of 2018 to August of 2019. And you can see the high wind speeds during the southwest monsoon season at the beginning of the record. That's the 2018 monsoon. And you can see it at the end of the record, which is the 2019 monsoon. And in between, the winds are rather quiet, but they are punctuated by these very strong events that I've labeled there: Day, Titli, Gaja, Fentai, and Fani. These are all tropical cyclones that occurred in the Bay of Bengal. The second line shows hourly data, meridional and zonal velocity components at 16 meters depth. And then the bottom shows that velocity data that has been bandpassed to focus on the inertial range. The inertial period at 15 north is 46.2 hours, almost 2 days. And you can see that the inertial energy is high during the southwest monsoon, and it's also high typically following some of these event-like forcing features associated with cyclones. And the next slide, please. So there were 5 cyclones that we saw during this period, and I've plotted their tracks on the left side. The one we're going to focus on here is Gaja, which occurred in early November of 2018. And the right panel on this slide shows Gajah making landfall in Sri Lanka and southern India as a equivalent category 1 hurricane. So the next slide, please. So I want to home in now and look at 2 weeks of data from the 15 north 90 east mooring to kind of characterize the variability at and below the surface that we observed at this time. So the top panel shows the wind stress magnitude. The second panel is temperature, upper ocean temperature, followed by salinity, and at the bottom is density. And this is starting November 6th, then it goes to November 22nd. So on the top panel, you can see around November 10th or so that the winds pick up and they persist as strong until about November 14th. So about 4 or 5 days of strong winds. The next panel shows temperature. The black line is the mixed layer depth, and the purple line is the isothermal layer depth, or equivalently the top of the thermocline. The distance between those two lines is what we call the barrier layer. And you can see that in temperature, there is a subsurface thermal inversion that develops very quickly after the onset of this storm. The next panel down, salinity, you can see at the same time that subsurface thermal inversion develops, there's a very sudden freshening of the mixed layer. So a couple general features about this plot. If you compare the density, which is the bottom panel, to the salinity, you see just visually they're very similar, which is to say that salinity has a very strong control on density. The other thing you can see is that as the storm develops, there's this very sudden freshening. And at the same time, there is the development of this thermal inversion in the barrier layer. So the question is, the immediate question is, what causes this freshening, which leads to a very rapid shoaling of the mixed layer and a thickening of the barrier layer, and what causes the thermal inversion? Could it be local processes, that is local air-sea interaction? Well, we can look at that by, next slide, please. Yeah, here are the surface heat and fresh water fluxes computed from the mooring data at 15 north 90 east. So the top panel shows a repeat of the wind stress magnitude and the mixed layer depth. The next panel shows the shortwave radiation that we measure on the buoy. The third panel shows long wave radiation. You'll notice that the scales of these are very different. The variations in shortwave radiation are an order of magnitude larger, and so dominate the surface radiation budget. The next panel down is latent and sensible heat flux. As usual in the tropics, the latent heat flux is the biggest by far of these two turbulent heat fluxes. The panel following that is the net surface radiation in the black line and the penetrative radiation in the red line. Penetrative radiation is the blue part of the visible light spectrum that can penetrate into the deep ocean. It can penetrate below the mixed layer when the mixed layer is shallow. And so the Q net is basically the sum of the short wave minus the long wave minus the latent and sensible heat fluxes minus the penetrative radiation. And then the bottom is the precipitation and the evaporative moisture flux. So these are the fluxes, these are the local fluxes. Could any of these have caused those dramatic features that we saw at the onset of the storm? So the next slide, please. Well, let's look at the salinity. Could rainfall have caused the salinity? So what I've done is on the bottom, I've plotted the rainfall, and you can compare that to the salinity, which is immediately above. At the onset of the storm, there is this dramatic freshening that takes place. There is a little bit of rainfall, but most of the rainfall occurs after the freshening does. So although rainfall may have enhanced this freshening that we see in the surface layer, it's probably not the cause. This has to be some advective feature. What about the thermal inversion that we find in the barrier layer that develops quickly after the onset of storm? Next slide, please. Here I plot the shortwave radiation. You can warm the barrier layer through penetrative radiation. That is the blue part of the spectrum that can penetrate below very shallow mixed layers. And at this time, after the onset of the storm, because of that very fresh layer that was occurred, the mixed layer shoals significantly to only 10 meters. So it's possible that penetrative radiation could warm the water below the mixed layer depth. But in fact, the sun is not shining hardly at all because it's so cloudy. There's almost no shortwave radiation occurring at this time that the thermal inversion develops. So this is unlikely to be a locally forced feature as well. So next slide. So it's likely that these very dramatic features that occur at the onset of the event are advective in some way. That is, they're being carried in towards the buoy location by lateral motions. And can we say more about that yet? That development of these features? Yes, we can. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at plan views of satellite sea surface salinity from the NASA SMAP satellite. And overplotted in white are the aviso geostrophic current vectors. And in the bottom, and these are for 2 days, 6th of November is before the storm occurs. 11th of November is at the onset phase of the cyclone. So top panels are satellite sea surface salinity, and the lower 2 panels are from a global ocean reanalysis. It's 1/12 of a degree, forced with ERA interim surface fluxes. It assimilates sea surface temperature, satellite altimetry, and in situ temperature and salinity profiles, and it has a climatological runoff for the river systems that flow into the Bay of Bengal. And what you can see in all these panels, in effect, is the advection of fresh water from near the Irrawaddy Delta region westward towards the buoy location. And you can see that very clearly in the SMAP satellite data. You can also see it in this ocean reanalysis, and you can see the vectors pointing in the direction of the buoy advecting this fresh water. So the sudden freshening that we see at the buoy is likely due to the advection of Irrawaddy River water by a mesoscale eddy towards the buoy. Next slide, please. Here is sea surface temperature and surface currents during the development of the cyclone. Again, 6 November before onset, 11 November after in the initial stages of the storm development. You don't see any clear evidence of something that looks like a cold wake in the 11 November plots on the right, but you do see a general cooling from 6 November to 11 November. That's partly a manifestation of the normal seasonal cycle that is cooling at this time, but it's also a cooling due to the heat loss from the ocean surface by the passage of the storm, generally in a broad sense. So the surface is cooling both through seasonal and effects, and also somewhat through the storm. And what that does, and next slide, please. We can see the expansion of the thermal inversion below the surface in the barrier layer because of these processes. So from 6 November, before the onset of the storm, till 11 November, the area over which the thermal inversion is observed is much, much greater. That's partly because of the fact that the surface is cooling, but it's also partly because the Irrawaddy River water, which is fresh, is also warm, and it's being advected towards the buoy again. So we see an expansion of the thermal inversion in the eastern Bay of Bengal and the advection of warm water in the barrier layer towards the mooring location. So the next slide, please. So what I'd like to do is try to put all these pieces together in a mixed layer temperature balance. And the equation for the mixed layer temperature balance is standard. It's shown on the left. And it's basically local processes, the Q net minus the penetrative radiation, plus advective processes, and a mixing term. And there's a lot of curves in here. I want you to focus only on 3. The black curve is the mixed layer temperature change. The red curve is the net surface heat flux. And you can see the net surface heat flux is almost always cooling, and it's cooling a lot when the storm is passing by the mooring location. That's because of cloudiness, which cuts out the shortwave radiation, and a significant increase in evaporation due to the high winds. The blue curve is a residual of all the terms that we can explicitly measure. We're interpreting that as largely the result of vertical mixing. Now, we're not measuring mixing directly. We hope to do that with the CHI-pods once those data are processed, but this is a residual estimate of vertical mixing. And so what happens is between November 10th and November 12th, the surface layer cools. The mixed layer temperature drops, and that's because of significant loss of heat through a net surface heat flux from the ocean to the atmosphere. But then as the storm progresses, the mixed layer begins to warm, even though the ocean is losing heat to the atmosphere. And the reason the mixed layer is warming is because the vertical mixing is finally beginning to erode that thermal inversion and bring it up into the mixed layer. So after November 13th, mixing processes lead to an increase in mixed layer temperature due to the mixing up of that thermal inversion. So next slide, please. Yeah, and so what's causing this mixing? It's our hypothesis is these inertial oscillations. And so the top panel here shows the wind stress magnitude. You can see, again, the very strong winds between November 10th and about November 14th. The middle panel shows the trace of the mixed layer depth, and the stripes, the colored stripes, these are the zonal, these are the inertial oscillations, the zonal component of the inertial oscillations. And even though these oscillations are very strong between November 10th and November 14th, they can't erode this very shallow mixed layer because the salinity stratification is so strong. It's only after November 14th or so that the accumulated inertial energy is finally able to erode into the thermocline and mix up that warm thermal inertia inversion into the mixed layer. So it takes a while for the inertial oscillations to do their job, but they eventually, when the storm has passed, they finally begin to mix up the warm temperature from the barrier layer into the mixed layer. And this bottom panel just shows the inertial oscillations. You can see this 2-day periodicity. This shows the vector spiraling of these inertial oscillations and averaged over the upper 30 meters. So the summary slide then, the last slide, yes. So in summary, there's really no cold wake along the track of Cyclone Gaja due to the thermal inversion that developed in the upper 40 meters embedded in a very thick mixed layer after the onset of the storm. And the sudden freshening and development of this large thermal inversion was caused by advection of Irrawaddy river water by a mesoscale eddy during the development phase of Gajah. This stratified fresh layer at first prevented vertical mixing despite the cyclone's strong winds, but the near inertial oscillations set up by the winds eventually eroded into the thermocline, deepened the mixed layer, and after the cyclone passed. So our next steps, we want to look at other cyclones that occurred in this post-monsoon season, and also some in the pre-monsoon season of 2019. And we're also going to examine the moored tide pod data for direct evidence of vertical mixing and see how that compares with our inferred estimates of vertical mixing from the residual of the heat balance calculation. And with that, I will end, and thank you.
Thank you, Prof. McFadden, for your presentation. It's very interesting about the process in the Indian Ocean. That's actually how the Indian Ocean also affecting the climate variability in Indonesian region. That's why we are very interesting, and for such analysis, of course, we need data. That's why the program such as RAMA program or INAPRIMA program is intended of such purpose. Thank you, and I would like to invite from the floor to if you have any questions, please. Yeah. Or maybe just
Excuse me?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Please. Yes.
Well,
yes, please.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Mike Padden, for the excellent study related to the tropical cyclone. Indeed, it is very detailed and precise and with very careful analysis. And we learn from your presentation, make us realize there are still many things that we need to study further. So that's why Ibu Nelly, Pak Dodo, please action in preparing, because we also have quite several areas, quite many areas very potential for the developing of tropical cyclone. Just a few months ago, we also struck by tropical cyclone Seroja, and although the position of the disaster or the extreme event, the cyclone, within the tropics, it's not close, not beyond the tropics, but inside the tropics. It is something unusual for us. So that's why, please, Ibu Nelly and team, Pak Urip and team, we must have one case study special on that. Together with NOAA, I believe we can improve our data collection, our analysis, and then we can improve our understanding so we can have much better early warning for the tropical cyclone, also much better mitigation for the tropical cyclone. Please, this is to be one decision, one among several decisions that we will produce after this workshop. Thank you very much, Professor McFadden. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I agree. I agree totally with you. The understanding of cyclones comes about by studying them, by learning about the processes by which they occur and how the ocean and the atmosphere interact to generate and sustain them. And that information, that knowledge can feed into improvements into our forecast and warning systems. And so, yes, I think that the cyclone you mentioned is worthy of a special case study to see what we can learn about it, particularly because it was so unusual.
Right. Thank you, Professor. we are dreaming to do that activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak.
Yes, thank you for your. Yes, we fully note for your advice and suggestion. And at the end of this workshop, we will note and for next action of the cooperation. Yes, I think the tropical cyclone now is more and more frequent, approaching the climatological border, so approaching more and more close to Indonesia region. I think this is need to be investigated and and observed. Okay, maybe I have one or two from the screen question. I think I would just maybe read from Reza Agna. This could you please mention or just Prof. McFadden, maybe you can see from the chat room that is a question from about the Rama buoy in Indian Ocean and Tuga Array. Is there any plan to have ocean climate buoy array in China Sea or another region or even in Indonesia not sea? Yeah, please.
There have been buoys in the South China Sea. In fact, I participated in a program 25 years ago that deployed several buoys there. The South China Sea is a very difficult place to work for a lot of reasons, even more so today for political reasons. But what we learned very quickly is that there's a lot of fishing activity in the South China Sea, and moorings did not survive very long. And so, it's a very challenging environment to work in because of that. It's a semi-enclosed marginal sea close to coasts, and there's lots and lots of fishing boats out there, not all of whom understand what the value of environmental data is that we collect from these buoys, and so we essentially stopped that program after a few years. The situation may be different in Indonesian waters. You have greater control. It's your territorial seas and your EEZ. You may have better success, picking locations for surface moorings. Subsurface moorings are a different story. They're not exposed. They don't have a surface expression, and they're more protected because they're below the surface.
Okay, thank you, Prof. McFadden, for your answer or explanation. I'm still see, is there in the screen any reaction of the hand raising or please, if you have still any question, either in the put on the chat room or just you raise your hand in the screen. Maybe one other from the chat room from Aldi Ripaldi. Yes, just I read this. Yes. Area relations interaction between biweekly mixed Rossby gravity with the seasonal to subseasonal phenomena such as MGO or tropical cyclone close to the equator. That's a question from Aldi. Yes, please.
Yeah. So yes, the original topic I was going to speak on was mixed Rossby gravity waves in the Indian Ocean, but I decided that was not necessarily the best topic for this first day's meeting, and so I switched it to something I thought a little bit more topical to the theme of the workshop. Mixed Rossby gravity waves are a very interesting phenomenon in the ocean. They are related to subseasonal to seasonal variability in the atmosphere, but it's mostly as far as we can tell, a one-way relationship. The S2S variability in the atmosphere is forcing the ocean. What makes that signal interesting in the ocean is it's so large scale and it's so prominent. The meridional velocities, particularly in the equatorial Indian Ocean, are completely dominated by two-weekly variability, and it's forced from the atmosphere associated with the biweekly wave in the atmosphere that's related to monsoon intraseasonal variations.
Okay. Yeah, I think as now we have just 11 p.m. So in the US, of course, it is already very late evening. If there is no more question, I must stop this session. I would like to thank to all research person speakers, Pak Sidney, Dr. Tom Koff, Prof. Aris Malfai, and Prof. Mike Webden for very interesting presentation and sharing knowledge. And yes, as comments from Ibu Director General of BMKG, we would like to note this session as the for continuing the program. I would like to thanks to all, also to all participants that stay following this session. We have to stop, and I apologize for any inconvenience during leading this session. Thank you, and I return to MC.
Thank you, Pak Dodo, for leading such a wonderful and fruitful discussion. And once again, I would like to thank our eminent speakers for sharing their expertise and knowledge to all of us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, that would be the end of the first session of this workshop. Before we continue to the second session of the workshop, we're going to have a 5-minute break, and my partner, Ms. Sasalika Nurjana, will continue as the MC for the rest of today's event. See you again in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. My pleasure. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for the East Coast folks for hanging in this long.
Indonesian archipelago located between the Pacific and Indian Ocean on both sides of the equator. It is located between 3 active plates of 2 continents. Between 2 oceans. Therefore, Indonesia is not only an agrarian country, but also a maritime characterized country. Besides its natural beauty, the country has abundant natural resources. The contribution of its natural resources on economic welfare to the community in Indonesia is the asset driving community development and wealth creation in this country. BMKG is a government agency focusing on providing accurate weather and climate forecast and its analysis, monitoring environmental and climate changes, as well as providing the earthquake and tsunami information to minimize the losses caused by natural disasters, both losses of life and infrastructure. BMKG was initiated in 1841 with observations of meteorology and geophysics individually made by Dr. Onen, head of the hospital in Bogor. Over time, its activities became developed under the increasing need for data from weather observations and geophysics. Then, after the handover of sovereignty in 1947, the Weather and Climate Research Institute was named the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics. Afterwards, through the Presidential Regulation Number 61 of 2008, the Office of Meteorology and Geophysics was later changed to Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency, also known as BMKG. BMKG will always provide accurate, reliable, and timely information that is vital to effective decision-making in almost every aspect of human endeavor. The effort and the spirit of this goal are supported by reputable, relevant, and reliable human resources in BMKG. BMKG has 186 regional or local offices across the country. The information provided regularly by BMKG to the public is weather information for aviation, maritime, and tourism, climate information for agriculture and food security, air quality information, climate change, earthquakes and tsunamis information, as well as information on the lunar calendar. BMKG has meteorological, climatological, geophysical observation stations spread throughout Indonesia and global atmosphere watch stations. There are 120 meteorology stations that support the integration of weather information in land, seas, air, transportation. Every day, the meteorological station retrieves data manually from the observation park and weather radar. The data is then processed to produce weather prediction services that are useful for mining, transportation, tourism, sports, health, and other sectors. BMKG also has 27 climatology stations, which are responsible for providing climate services such as monthly and seasonal climate forecasts. Additionally, BMKG has 31 geophysical stations, and every day they collect data and process it to support the earthquake monitoring system and the tsunami early warning system in BMKG. BMKG also has 3 global atmosphere watch stations. They are located in Bukit Kototabang, West Sumatra, Bariri, Central Sulawesi, and Sorong, West Papua. The goal of the GAW is to monitor the effects of greenhouse gas emissions and parameters in the Earth's atmosphere. BMKG has also the unit intended to prepare the human resources working in BMKG, namely the State College of Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or STMKG. The STMKG is an official college under the BMKG. Later, STMKG graduates will be appointed as BMKG civil servants and work in BMKG offices. To increase the awareness and understanding of society in BMKG services, we also periodically hold the Agriculture Climate Field School, Earthquake Field School, and Fisherman's Climate Field School. BMKG commits to continuously innovate in delivering the best services to support the country, encouraging a more caring society, and reducing the impact of natural disasters. BMKG for a better Indonesia. The information released by BMKG is not only fast, precise, and accurate, but also wide-reaching and easy to understand by people.
Honorable Head of the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati, PhD, the Honorable Executive Secretariat of BMKG, Mr. Dwi Budi Sutrisno, the Honorable Deputy Head for Meteorology, Mr. Guswanto, the Honorable Acting Deputy Head for Climatology, Dr. Urip Haryoko, the Honorable Deputy Head for Geophysics, Mr. Muhammad Sadli, the Honorable Deputy Head for Instrumentation, Calibration, Engineering, and Communication Network, Dr. Suko Prayitno Adi. Respected speakers, moderator, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of us here today. We are going to have the second session of the workshop with the topic Subseasonal to Seasonal Prediction. This session will be chaired by Dr. Danang Eko Nuryanto as the moderator of the lectures and discussion. Dr. Danang is one of our distinguished researchers in the Center for Research and Development of BMKG. To Dr. Danang, time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Nur, as MC. Bapak Ibu semuanya, and all of the participants. Now we have session 2. This is Indonesian synthesis perspective. This is a subseasonal to seasonal prediction. Before we start, it is great progress that has been made in recent decade on development and application of medium range weather forecast and seasonal climate prediction, that the subseasonal and to seasonal project, the issues will be bring the weather and climate communities together to tackle the intervening time range, harnessing shared and complementary experience and expertise in forecasting, research, and application. Toward more seamless weather climate prediction system and more integrated weather and climate services. So in this session, we have 4 speakers to bring their presentation to our understanding. I hope I can introduce each of them. The first is Dr. Tri Wahyuwati. He is a lecturer at Bandung Institute of Technology. He will bring the topic about the tropical atmospheric predictability at subseasonal time scale and atmospheric angular momentum perspective. And the second speaker, we have Dr. Donaldi Sukma Permana. He is a coordinator of Climate Research Division, Puslitbang BMKG. He will deliver the topic of the observed interaction of MGO and diurnal cycle in the maritime continent. And the third speaker, we have Ms. Dian Nurratri. She will deliver the topic of calibration of SMP seasonal ensemble precipitation forecast using bias-corrected precipitation and climate index. She is a staff of Center for Climate Change Information BMKG. And the last speaker, we have Dava Amrina. She will deliver the topic of application of trajectory model on different characteristic value for search and rescue activities. And then the end of this session, we will have a discussion. Actually, each speaker have 25 minutes, but maybe all of the speaker can manage the time, so we can have more time in the end, and we have a discussion with the all of the floor. For the first speaker, I let the Dr. Tri Wahyuwati to deliver your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Danang. Hello, everybody. So I would like to share my presentation by myself. Is that okay?
It's okay, Pak.
Okay. Okay, so I hope now you can see my presentation. I'm sorry it's not a whole screen mode, but I hope you can see clearly. So I'm Tri Wahyuwati from Bandung Institute of Technology. Today I would like to share some of my recent research results concerning the atmospheric angular momentum. And because today's topic is S2S, and actually the subseasonal forecast is a tough problem. Well, it began more or less in 2013. I guess the WMO set out the research implementary plan, and then the National Academy of Sciences in the US published this book studying about the prospect of this, how to solve the problem. And the recent progress of this effort is discussed by Anarita Mariotti et al. I think she's a NOAA scientist. But then, we know that the subseasonal forecasts require prediction of all components of the climate and also the atmosphere. So it combines the problem of predictability in the atmosphere, over land, and the ocean. And the subseasonal prediction is kind of blind spot to us nowadays, at least, or today. So when I check the NOAA website, it's still shown here that the subseasonal forecast scale is quite low, yeah, from poor to nothing here. But yeah, today I'm not going to talk about the practical forecasting. I'm interested to study a little bit about the predictability. And within this report, actually there are sources of predictability mentioned, natural modes of variability like ENSO, MGO, QO, etc. And then slowly varying processes in the ocean, over land, and in soil moisture and vegetation, and terrestrial snow, sea ice, polar, and land surface. And one of the phenomena that I would like to talk a little bit in detail is the sudden stratospheric warming. And there are other things. And it's mentioned here that there are other sources of predictability. Frankly speaking, I'm not really specialized in this topic, and yeah, you guys really giving me a hard time to prepare this. And yeah, anyway, as I mentioned, I'm doing research on atmospheric angular momentum. And the tropical region or equatorial region is kind of unique because the Earth spins from west to east. But in the equatorial region, the wind is easterly, so it's counter spinning like this. And the equations for angular momentum is actually simple for one parcel of atmosphere. It's just the kind of centrifugal force, and so it depends on the radius of the rotational plane and the wind speed, zonal wind speed here. But if we calculate the integrated angular momentum, we use this equation. So there are two parts of the angular momentum. One is the solid body rotation or mass term, and the other is the relative or motion term. The mass term or m omega is always positive and largely contributed by the equatorial region because of this term. It has large values but small values. And yeah, and the atmospheric phenomena contributed to the angular momentum. I think we can divide into zonally oriented process or phenomena and meridionally oriented phenomena. And when we calculated the seasonal variation, and this is from David Schaustein in the Encyclopedia of Atmospheric Science, we can see this kind of seasonal variation. And I think this is the MR component. So I define the equatorial region by 20 to 20 degrees here because yeah, the value of the angular momentum MR is mainly negative here. And yeah, my colleagues and I are trying to prepare a paper about the variation in angular momentum. But today, I'd like to talk a little bit about a balance, a kind of balance. But before that, I would like to introduce the one parameter. It concerns the Earth's rotation. It's called length of days. So length of days is the difference between measured full rotation of the time to do the full rotation of the Earth, and its difference with the 24-hour. So it's called the length of days. And this is the recent data of length of day. It's daily. We can obtain from this website. There's a large trend, a negative trend here, meaning that the Earth is rotating faster today compared to several decades ago. And the length of day is correlated with the atmospheric angular momentum by angular momentum conservation. So basically, the Earth's angular momentum is constant, but its components are not. So if we plot this length of day against the angular momentum, the length of day represents the angular momentum due to crustal rotation, and the angular momentum of the atmosphere is, of course, as I explained before. So we have this kind of correlation. It's shifting with time because of the trend in the LOD. And if we look at the spectrum of the angular momentum, we can identify the effects of atmospheric phenomena on the length of day, from annual, semi-annual, and also at the ENSO scale, and also the multi-decadal scale. But today we are interested in the subseasonal. We can see here also some peaks in the LOD spectrum. So first, in order to discuss about the equatorial region, I tried to create a kind of index. So index for MR is formed by addition and subtraction here, and for M omega is a division. So we can see that the change in seasonal value of these indices show how the angular momentum balance. I put a quotation mark here because I haven't done a formal mathematical analysis on this, but I think we can see from this plot that the angular momentum of the atmosphere is kind of flip-flopping between the equatorial southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere. My assumption of the predictability is that if we have a more clustered value, then we could identify that there is some source of predictability. If we have more spread in this value, we have less predictability. I hope that's correct. Okay, so interestingly, if we look at the MAM and SON, the transition in MR is not smooth. It just kind of jumped here. But in M omega, the transition is kind of smooth here. So I haven't really looked at how to interpret this thing, but it's quite interesting for me. Okay. Like I said before, the sudden stratospheric warming is a kind of interesting phenomena. And here I use a kind of a tool to analyze it. It's called the difference kinetic energy as a measure of momentum predictability. So it's interestingly, this kind of analysis shows that the tropics has more predictability after 20 days of forecast. And yeah, I'm going to use this kind of analysis to study a little bit about the connection between the sudden stratospheric warming that occurred in polar region, northern polar region, and the equatorial variability. This is a case study of a major SSW event, January-March 2018. The SSW can be identified quite clearly from the temperature anomaly in the polar region here. This is my student did some rough preliminary analysis on the DKE using the NCEP CFS version 2 and NCEP and carrier analysis. And it shows that the disturbance associated with this SSW event can be seen in the increase or decrease in predictability. So that the higher the value, so kind of larger uncertainty. There's nothing happen in the mid-latitude, but there's something in the equatorial region or tropical region. And its association is kind of spontaneous. But after that, there is nothing happened in the tropical region and closer polar and mid-latitude responses near the end of the warming period. So this is a video from NASA showing the SSW event and its effect on the polar vortex here. And I'm not going to show in detail, but here are the calculated angular momentum, global angular momentum, and this is the length of day. So we have this kind of large variation in the length of day and also in the angular momentum. And this is calculated for the equatorial region. And we show that the global angular momentum and the equatorial angular momentum occurs almost spontaneously. So it's kind of interesting because usually the such kind of changes need some time to propagate. So it should be noted that the angular momentum of the atmosphere is not conserved and can be changed by torques. But here we need to study the pathways and how what kind of interaction that could trigger this kind of responses. I also did some or played around on the correlation, possible correlation between ENSO, IOD, and the angular momentum indices, as I mentioned before. And it's interesting that strong ENSO event occurs only in the low anomaly of the LOD, let's say. So it occurs when the Earth is spinning faster. And if we analyze the angular momentum, there's kind of pattern here that the strong El Nino occurs when the in this period and when the equatorial angular momentum is weaker. And also some pattern in the DMI here, or the Indian Ocean Dipole. I'm not implying what's causing what, but there's some correlation with the angular momentum balance we can see here. To be honest, this plot I just made a couple of hours ago. So Yeah, I try to explore the correlation between angular momentum changes and the meridianally oriented weather phenomena like the cold surge. And I got this data from Rais Abdillah. She published in the Journal of Climate. He published, sorry, in the Journal of Climate, and I took the data of events and indices here. And interestingly, when I plotted this data in this kind of diagram, that's a kind of interesting correlations here. So the strong cold surge occurs when the variations of the LOD. I'm not analyzing yet the angular momentum, but as I mentioned, the LOD is correlated with the angular momentum, and we kind of see a kind of interesting correlation here. So I think we need more studies on the relationship between the meridional flows and the atmospheric angular momentum and Earth's rotation. Yeah, I think I will save time and just some closing remarks here. The scale of subseasonal forecast is subject to complex weather and climate processes in the atmosphere, ocean, and overland. That's its very challenging problem for operational forecasting. But some studies indicate that subseasonal atmospheric predictability over the tropical or equatorial region is more robust compared to that in the mid-latitudes. And in this presentation, we show our preliminary results that demonstrate the possibility of using atmospheric angular momentum balance as an approach to analyze the atmospheric predictability. So to deal with this difficult problem, maybe the advice from Yoda can be useful. So maybe we must unlearn what we have learned. Yeah, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Triwahyuwati. That's very interesting lecture, I think. He talked about the S2S is a top problem, right? And this that WMO in 2013 and NASA in 2016, and there are forecast scale of the S2S progress is for now is about between poor and fair, I think. And there are several talking about the lack of the perspective and the EAM balance about the seasonal predictability and different kinetic energy and so on, that it is very nice to be understand to us. Maybe I give the floor to have, if there is any maybe one question for Dr. Triwahyuwati. Is there any question? Or maybe you can talk by in Bahasa. It is okay. I think Pak Tri, it is okay if you can talk in Bahasa. Or maybe you can write on the chat room. Okay, if this there is no question, maybe I have one question to Pak Dr. Triwahyu. What is I get the EEM balance. Can you explain what is EEM balance, Pak Tri?
Yeah. I'm studying the atmospheric angular momentum. It can be calculated as a globally integrated value, or we can also calculate the zonally limited, latitudinally limited area. So kind of latitude belt angular momentum. And when in my presentation, I showed an analysis comparing angular momentum in each over several meridional belts. So I divided into equatorial, northern mid-latitude, southern mid-latitude. So when then I constructed some indices that show the difference and also the ratio of the angular momentum components. So and when I plotted the data on a diagram showing these indices, we can see clearly how the angular momentum varies seasonally, and which part of the latitude contribute to this variation. Actually, when seeing from this perspective, the Earth is a kind of stable ball, rotating ball, but inside there's a variation in the arrangement of the angular momentum component. So that's why I put a quotation mark on the balanced word, because usually we need a mathematical analysis to show this kind of balance. And when the disturbance like the SSW event occur, there's a fluctuation in the angular momentum, but then it will be leading to initial condition. So that's why I call it a balance, but it's still a kind of hypothesis. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dr. Tiwahyu. Okay, I think the time is limited. Now we can going to the next presenter, this is the second speaker. Thank you, Pak Tri. Maybe the last in the last this session we have any discussion for the other floor.
Thank you.
Now I am invite Pak Dr. Donaldi to deliver the second presentation. He will talk about the observed interaction of MGO and diurnal cycle in the maritime continent. For Dr. Donaldi, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time. So please let me share my screen, please. Okay, so I will just straight to the presentation. I think so. Today I'm going to talk about basically the compilation of my previous work related with the observed interaction of MJO and diurnal cycle in the maritime continent. So basically, this is using the observation data with the diurnal cycles. I mean, the data is hourly, so we can see the impact of MJO to the diurnal cycles in some parts of Indonesia. So this is basically the area that I'm going to talk about. So we have some measurement in Bengkulu with the radar data and radio sound. So we're gonna see how the MJO may affected the diurnal cycles in this region. And then the second site, I'm going to talk about the Surabaya in East Java using the radar that's located in this area. And the last one is in Papua, is actually close to the Timika using the network of weather stations that located there. So here I'm going to start with the radar data that we have in Bengkulu. So So basically, we have a C-band radar here with the 10 minutes data. So basically, we gridded the output to the 500 meters. And the data that we use is only 1 year, January 2018 to 2019. And we excluding the dry season. So because we know that the MJO are strongest in the during the November to April, and then we can also see the coverage of the radar and the elevation angle of the radar as well. So in here we were considered that because we know that MJO has 8 strong phase. I mean, with amplitude more than or equal to 1, considered as a strong MJO, and the one that below 1, we consider as a weak MJO. And then this weak MJO we considered as the normal state, means that the MJO was not strong enough to affect this area. And then based on this radar, so this is basically the typical spatial distribution of the diurnal rainfall in this area. So we know we have the rainfall over the ocean during the early morning, and we have the radar, the rainfall over the land over the afternoon. And if we do the climatology or average during those period, and so we can see here that this is the spatial distribution of the diurnal rainfall peak. So we can see that the peak is early morning in the ocean and the afternoon. And this is from the weak MJO. We do the average in this area. And if we plot the MJO for each phase, so this is start from the left. This is the MJO phase 1, phase 2 to the bottom part, and then going up to the phase 6 and phase 7. So we can see that the diurnal peak has changed related with the MJO. So we can see that during the wet phase of MJO, like phase 3 and phase 4, over maybe phase 2 as well. So we can see that the peak tend to move to westward, I mean to the offshore. So this we can see that there is the interaction. And even during the dry season, the dry phase of the MJO, the peak of the rainfall also changes. So what we can see here is that the rainfall peak usually during the late night, and then to early morning, and then over the ocean, Indian Ocean, and in the afternoon over the Sumatra Island. So we can see that's the typical diurnal cycle. And we can see that over the ocean, when the MJO wet phase move eastward, which is about the phase 3 or phase 4, we can see that the peak of the diurnal cycles are tended to migrate westward. And this is also observed in Padang, north of Bengkulu. When the MJO dry phase, like phase maybe 6 or 7, the peak of the diurnal cycle rainfall are shifted to the morning time over the Indian Ocean. So we can see on the other case study. So this is from the first campaign of YMC in Bengkulu from November 2017 to January 2018. So basically, we conducted the upper air observations by releasing the radio sound for every 3 hours. And from this data, we can see that this is the results. This is the humidity, and then we can see the zonal wind and also the meridional wind. And I think at the time we experienced the Cempaka cyclone, if I'm not mistaken. And then on the bottom part, that is the phase of the MJO. The blue color are the phase 3 and 4. Red is phase 5 and 6. And green is 7, 8, and purple is phase 1, 2. So basically, we want to see the impact of MJO from the to the radiation data. And what we have here that this is the cycle, the mean diurnal cycle from the data. Like on the top right is the mean diurnal relative humidity, and the bottom we can also see the mean diurnal zonal wind as well as the mean diurnal meridional wind from the radiation data. And if we look into specific MJO phase, so maybe this is too small, but I can say that on the, let's say for the bottom panel, this is the zonal wind for phase MJO 3 and 4, and then 5, 6, and then 7 and 8, and then 1 to phase 2. So basically, we want to see the impact of this MJO, the anomaly that happened in this area up to the upper air. So we can see that during the, for example, the humidity here at the top right, during the phase 3 and 4, there is an increasing of like 20% of the humidity in this region, and like the zonal wind are increasing as well, because we know that during the MJO the westerlies are stronger. And we also see the mean diurnal cycle of the freezing level height and the Cape, and then the CIN, and then total precipitable water during the event, to see that how it's been influenced by the MJO. So we can see that for the total precipitable water, for example, here the blue is the MJO phase 3 and 4, and then green is the MJO phase 5 and 6. So we can see during this phase, the diurnal total precipitable water is above the average, and during the dry phase of MJO is less than the average. And then so basically what we have is that during the phase, the active MJO, the humidity is in higher, and then the zonal westerly wind is also faster, up to 6 millimeters per second. And the Cape peaks, for example, during the 6 to 9 UTC has a strong convection during this time. And we can also see that the total precipitable peaks at the 12 to 18 UTC, which basically 6 hours after the peaks of the Cape. And we can see that it's amplified by, the precipitation may amplified by 1 to 4 millimeters during the active MJO in this region. And then now we go to the next site, which is in Surabaya or East Java, using the radar. So basically, it used similar methods, but the time period is different. So this is basically November to April, from December 2012 to April 2014. It's similar with the Bengkulu case, and we can see the results. And this is the spatial distribution of diurnal rainfall, as we expected that the rainfall are dominated over the ocean during the early morning, and then over the land during the afternoon. But if we see into detail for each specific phase of MJO, so here's what we have. So the middle or the center of this figure is the weak MJO that we consider as normal condition, and the other one is the MJO, strong MJO phase 1 and phase 2. So we can see basically there is a indistinct pattern about the diurnal rainfall peak changes during this the MJO. Maybe we need more longer period to see the consistent pattern. So and we can also see the rainfall anomaly during for each phase, and we can see that during the phase 4 is on the right bottom, it looks all blue, which is basically the MJO phase 4. As we know that during this phase, the Java Island basically experience positive anomaly of rainfall. And this is the maximum daily rainfall during MJO. So we can see also the distribution, spatial distribution is very vary over this area. And some points that during in East Java, the rainfall peak in the afternoon to the midnight, and in the night time over the Java Sea and Indian Ocean. And we can see that the peak migration of diurnal rainfall was generally indistinct during the strong MJO phase. But over the land, the diurnal peak tend to migrate northward. And while migrating southward when the MJO active over the Western Hemisphere. And also we can see that during the phase 4, there is an additional rain rate up to 1.5 millimeters per hour in this region. Okay, I think that's the third case studies, and I will just continue with the last study, which is basically in Papua using weather station. So this is how the network of the weather station of this region. So basically we are collaborating with the PTF report to get this data. So the beauty of this network is because the location is from the bottom, to close to the ocean up to the high mountain. So we can see how not only the interaction between MJO and diurnal cycles, but also with the height, the change of altitude. So this is the impact based on the Pittman 2014, the paper. So we can see, I think they used the GPM emerge data. So we can see that the red box is the area that the location of our weather station network. So we expect that during the MJO phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5, we can see during phase 5, there is a positive anomaly over the ocean, like in Pacific Ocean, Arafura Ocean as well. But if we look into the island, it's basically experienced the dry condition. So that's why it's very important to see the local impact of MJO in this area. Not only in this area, but also in other part of Indonesia as well. And like during the MJO phase 3, that the ocean experienced the negative anomaly of rainfall, but the land experienced the positive anomaly of rainfall. So the method, the data, as I said, it's obtained from the Freeport weather station network, and the network was extended from 9 to 4,400 meters above sea level, and it's available since 2000, I think, to now. But the data that I use here is just up to the 2014 or 15 years, and we just take the Austro summer data, which is November to April, and then with similar method, we divided the MJO, strong MJO and weak MJO, and then the station level are grouped based on the elevations and the rainfall seasonality. So because we know different elevations, they have different seasonality in this area. So this is the result. The bottom part, the top part is the lowland data, like 9 to 37 meters above sea level, and the x-axis is the MJO phase, and if you see the W means that the MJO phase. So we can see that the weak MJO is close to 0, which is basically the normal or the normal condition. So we see on the lowland, the impact the positive anomaly occurred at the phase 3 and phase 4, but as we go up to the 600 meters, even higher, the peak are moved to like phase 4 to phase 6 or maybe phase 5. So we can see that the different height can have different impact of MJO in this region. And since the data or the weather station has like a 10 minutes period or the frequency, the data, so we can see into detail the which time or which period in the day that has changed the rainfall. So basically, this is if we look into detail over the coastline, mostly over the time period has changed with different MJO phase. But as we go up, like in the lowland and the midland and even the highland, most of the period that has been affected is like from 12 to 24 local time. So this is very interesting for not only the understanding, but also maybe for the early warning if there is a MJO that can be happen in this area. And this is just the summary for the Papua. As I said that the rainfall anomalies can be like in the range of 2 to 5 millimeters per day, vary from the lowland to the highland. And then we can also see that there is an effect of land sea breeze as well, because this area is close to the ocean. And during phase 4 to 5 at mid station, the positive rainfall rates are observed at afternoon to midnight, while at the highlands, the positive rainfall rates are observed all day. So this is just the points that can be obtained from this study. I think that's all my presentation, and thank you for your attention, and I'll give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Gunadi. It is very interesting presentation about the impact of MJO to the diurnal cycle, and he delivered about the 3 study cases in Bengkulu, Surabaya, and Papua. And now I give one opportunity to the floor to give some question to Dr. Gunadi. I read in the chat room, there is from Kadarsa, BMKG, to Dr. Gunadi. What are the factors that influence the peak of the MJO pattern in Indonesia, especially in the 3 rainfall pattern, local, equator, real, and monsoonal? Time is for Dr. Gunadi.
Yes, thank you for the questions. I think it's very interesting questions that maybe we have to work together to find what is the main factors. But from my my understanding that if there is no MJO, I mean during the normal condition, we know that the diurnal, or I mean the diurnal cycles like land sea breeze will be the dominant factor. I mean, most of our regions are close to the ocean. Like during the day, the wind are going to the land, and during the night it's just on the contrary. And it's interesting because like during the MJO, now we know that there is a additional energy which may come from the ocean, because the interaction of atmosphere and ocean is very important, and maybe it's also related with the other tropical waves that may include it in the MJO envelope, like maybe the Rossby wave, or maybe the mixed gravity wave. So this is very important, and as we know that with different rainfall patterns like local, equatorial, and monsoonal, the impact can be different as well. And as we know, there is like a lowland, highland, the impact can be also different. I mean, if we just look into, or we just use the satellite data, we can just look the big pictures. But if you want to look into details, we have to use the local data as well.
Thank you, Penalty. I think we have one raised hand here, Pak Dodo. The time is up. Please give your question to Pak Penalty. Thank you.
Pak Danang, and thank you, Pak Donaldi, for nice presentation about the MGO. I think I don't know my question. I think already elaborated, but this is yeah, how the diurnal variations connected to the MGOS, and maybe in case of Sumatra, maybe in case of Sumatra, do you capture any local signal that the diurnal should be most on local local impact of this variation of diurnal variation? May also, if any data mention that how precipitation in the land and in the ocean, that to support the phenomenon diurnal when the time of the high rainfall in the land or high rainfall in the ocean, as maybe local diurnal look like that. So maybe just in case Sumatra or even in 3 points that you studied. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Dodo. Maybe I will just to respond in general picture, because as we know that I think diurnal cycle is very important in maritime continent. I mean, as Pak Dodo said that different contour, different topography or location can cause different pattern of weather, and if it's included the MJO, it may also impact the diurnal cycles. Maybe not just MJO, just like maybe the cold surge. So that's why we can see there is an even the peak of the rainfall or the diurnal cycles can be changed. So I think the factors can be lots, and I think we need more maybe observation, and also the see what has been done in the recent study. I mean, the state of the art, so we can implement that to understand more.
Okay, thank you, Pak Donaldi. I think the time is limited, and we must go to the next speaker. And I hope there is several questions in the chat room, and I hope the committee can compile it and then we can ask to the speaker to answer it in the last session in this last session. Okay, thank you, Pak Donaldi. Now we have a third speaker. I will invite Ms. Dian Luratri. She will deliver the topic of calibration of HCMWF seasonal ensemble precipitation forecast using bias corrected precipitation and climate index. The time is for Ms. Dian. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Adana? Is my voice clear enough?
Not loudly. Maybe you can loud your speak, or you just put off your jack. Yes. Okay.
Is it now clear enough or?
Not enough, I think. It is very
Is it better or not?
not better. Still not loud. Maybe you can release your headset and not using your headset by speak.
Hear me clearly now or still not clear?
It just here very low, not loud. Maybe you can put off your headset. Maybe not using your headset. Just your laptop or computer.
Pak Danang?
Yes, it is okay. That's good. Okay. Thank you. Great. Time is yours.
My own screen.
Yes, go ahead.
So can you confirm that you can see my screen, Pak Danang?
Yes, Ms. Dian. Please continue.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dian. I'm from BMKG. So this afternoon, I want to share about one of the research topic that become part of my study. So I tried to calibrate the ECMWF seasonal forecast that actually has been corrected previously. But here I will include some climate indices as the parameters. For my study area, I did it for the island of Java. So the background of the research are, I would like to improve the ECMWF CS5 in sample forecast due to the model errors. And I think we are agreed that the information that has been calibrated and have a good skill is really needed before we deliver the information to users and decision makers. This is because of the ability of model will affect the decision of management of various sectors. So for example, in agricultural sectors, it is very needed for farmer in making planting pattern, for example. And in the hydrological sector, it is needed for water management. Then actually this CS5 data has been corrected using empirical quantile mapping or AQM. So if you are interested further, you can have a look at my publication. So I provide the screenshot of my publication on the right-hand side here. So you can Googling it. Well, here then I actually hope with an advanced method, I can improve the forecast better. Moreover, this time I involve some climate indices in the post-processing, such as ENSO, MGO, DMI, and SST. So I think all of you already very familiar with this El Nino and certain oscillation context. So this is during the normal condition where surface trade winds blow westward across the equatorial Pacific Ocean. This wind result in westward current, and this effect of the sea level in Indonesia to be about 50 centimeter higher than in Peru. And this is during El Nino condition when east to west winds weakened and an anomalous west to east flow develops. So the west to east flow drive from equatorial waters from the Western Pacific toward the Eastern Pacific and Northern South America. So very warm SST over Central and Eastern Tropical Pacific occurred, and also heavy precipitation in the Northwestern South America. And the other side, this is La Nina conditions. East to west flow present during natural condition is intensified. So there is anomalies in SST, above average in the Western Pacific and below average in the Eastern Pacific. So during this condition, rainfall will be relatively higher in the Western Pacific, including Indonesia. And this slide is actually about MGO, but I think Dr. Donaldi has been explained a lot about this. So I think I can skip this slide. And this is about Indian Ocean dipole mode. So Indian Ocean dipole mode is an intensity of the IOD that is represented by anomalous SST, like the difference or the gradient between the western and the southeastern equatorial Indian Ocean. So the index, we call it as DMI or dipole mode index. So when the DMI is positive, then it is positive IOD. The Eastern Indian Ocean is colder than normal, while the Western Indian Ocean is warmer than normal. So when it is negative IOD, mean negative DMI. So it brings about the opposite condition, like the positive IOD. So with warmer water and greater precipitation in the Eastern Indian Ocean, and the cooler and drier condition in the West. So in my previous work, I did the bias correction using AQM, as I mentioned earlier. The data has a lead time of the next 7 months, and it has 25 ensemble members. So the period that I use is 30 years. The observational data that I use is SAOPS, or Southeast Asia Observation Data Set. This is a graded data set with the same period from 1981 to 2010. And I'm using empirical quantile mapping to correct the error. And from this analysis, then I have a data set that I called ECMWF CIAS5 corrected. Then this ECMWF CIAS5 corrected will become the input study that I will present here. If we look at one of the results of the EQM bias corrections, these maps show the value of the scale. In this case, this is in CRPSS. So the red box indicated that the scale of the forecast before being corrected with AQM. Meanwhile, the green box indicated that the maps showing the value after the bias correction. So these values are for July, August, and September for lead month 1. So if you focus on this small box, you can see that in the central and eastern part of Java, most CRPSS value have become positive after bias corrections. However, if we now focus on this box, we can see that the western part of Java, the values have decreased, or even some become negative in number of grid cells. So if we are looking for why, so this might be a result of the fact that dry season in the eastern part of Java is more consistently dry if we compare to the western part. So the western part of Java has higher in rainfall during June, July, and August, and also sometime the dry season, during the dry season, there is still rainfall over this region. And for this work, I am using AQM corrected as the best input and the same observational data as my previous work, which is AOPS. I applied the same number of ensemble members and the same period of data. However, the difference is I have additional predictors variable for this analysis. So the method is called logistic distribution. So logistic distribution is a distribution that look at the density of the probability. And actually the curve of the logistic distribution is almost the same with the curve of a normal distribution. So if you look at the difference, maybe only in the tail. So the tail of the logistic distribution is a little bit longer than the normal distribution. And I also do power transformation of 1/3. So if you look at the formula here, you can see that 1 divided by P here and also here. So the power transformation is applied for both forecast and observations. The objective is to remove the positive skewness. So this is actually not really a matter of removing the skewness from the data. So we are making another transform set of the data value where the skewness is removed, and then modeling this with a symmetric distribution. But of course, if in the end we want to go back and make a conclusion about the real value of the rainfall, so we have to transform back again. We also do standardized anomaly. This is due to Java has complex topography, which leads to large climatological difference in precipitation. So it is hoping that by standardizing the anomaly, seasonal and site-specific characteristics can be eliminated. And for the verification, we apply a leave 3 years old cross-validation. So the cross-validation procedure that is appropriate when we have a small data set. And in this analysis, I also pull the data. So for the whole Java Island, I have about 2,206 grid cells of data. And I combine them to be one larger data set. Because I think then I can have an appropriate period of data to be analyzed. And as I mentioned earlier that in this study, I include several potential predictor variables. So this are the list. So you can look from number 1 to 14th. So in the previous study, I only consider the rainfall, while in this study, I added this potential predictor variable. So I am using stepwise selection for selected which potential prediction who are often selected. And this bar chart is an illustration about the predictor selected. So let's take one example. So for example, here in July, so the x-axis is the name of the predictors and the y-axis is number of times selected. So if you look at the red sign here, what I can say here is, for example, in July, so the color means lead time. So blue is lead time 1, yellow is lead time 4, and brown is lead time 7. So actually I do for all lead time, but here I just show you 3 lead times. So I can tell that here this is DMI, and we can say that DMI is often selected in lead time 1 and lead time 7, but not in lead time 4. And we can also write the same thing for the others predictors. So based on these predictor selections, then finally I have these 4 different potential predictor set. So let's focus on this red box. So the first model, I call it all far, means that I include all predictors in the model. And the second is TP plus CI. It means that I only include the precipitation and climate indices. And then the third one is precipitation only, and the fourth one is climate indices only. So to evaluate the scale from those model, I'm using CRPSS or continuous rank probability scale scores and Brier scale score. So CRPSS is a scale score based on the CRPS, where CRPS can be used to identify how accurate the distribution of the whole ensemble member to the if you compare it to the observation. And for the Brier scale scores, we can use these scale scores to look at the how accurate is the model if you compare it to the climatology. So both CRPSS and BSS, if the value is near 1, means it is a good scale. When it is 0, then it means that it is the same with the climatology. And when it is negative, means that the climatology is better. So this is the CRPSS box plot. So the x-axis here means lead time. So we have lead time 1 until lead time 7. And the y-axis is CRPSS value. So it should be -1 to 1. And the red box plot means raw CS5, the CS5 that haven't been corrected at all. And then the pink one is the data that has been corrected using AQM. And the black one, when I consider all the predictors. Yellow is the model when I only consider the precipitation and the climate indices. The blue one is precipitation only, and the green one is climate indices only. So from this box plot picture, we can see that for all months and most of the early lead time, the post-process precipitation only, or TP only, which is in blue color, performs almost the same and sometimes even better than if we compare it to the post-process model that have another additional potential predictors. On the other hand, the post-process climate indices only, the green box plot, it only it tends to have the lower CRPSS at the first lead time. So if we focus on the first lead time, we can see that green color is almost always become the lowest. So when I try to look at the reason, seems that CS5 is capturing the teleconnection well. Also, if we compare it to System 4, the previous version, so this version is better state-of-the-art seasonal forecast system, which continues to display the particular strength in ENSO prediction. And I think it is also mentioned by one of a paper, Johnson et al. In 2019, that the connection between a DMI and CS5 is also well presented in this model.
Sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. So this is Brier skill scores. So this is Brier skill score for July, August, September, and October for the first lead time. So we find that additional climate indices, 3.4 and the MI. If it so I mean this. What I mean is the yellow box plot. So I add climate indices to the precipitation. So and then we compare it to the blue one, which is only precipitation. Maybe we can say that 3.4 and the MI are not really needed as an extra predictors to improve the monthly precipitation in Java for the early lead times, because we can see that the blue box plot often perform the same or even better than TP plus CI. However, in July, in the higher threshold, we need climate indices to make it more skillful forecast. For all months at the first lead time forecast for the higher threshold, the model, the black one, the yellow one, the blue one, and the green one show higher skills than AQM. So we can say that the post-process forecast is better than AQM in the higher threshold. So the closing remarks are the simple bias correction with AQM is hard to beat by a more advanced post-processing method after the first lead time, except for October. And for the first lead time of post-process forecast for higher precipitation amount shows higher skills than AQM corrected forecast for all months. And then the last one is, I think this indicates that HCMWF CS5 precipitations already contain much of the information from the predictors that I use here, but that forecast for the higher quantiles, I think it still needs climate indices to improve the performance. That's all of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dian. So it is very interesting result that you give for us. You have that several method. There is GRPSS, continuous rank probability skill score, and per skill score PSS. I think we have one question. Maybe I give you the one question for the floor. If you have any question to Miss Dian, I give you one in this session. If not, maybe I can give one question to Miss Dian. So from you said that you have a predictor selection and you have a potential prediction set. In this case, could you have any maybe recommendation which predictor that you might to propose to have maybe have good to the bias correction to give the good bias correction.
Thank you for the question, Pak Dana. So as I mentioned before that after I tried to looking for which one is better, then I also compare it with my previous method, which is AQM. So maybe I can say that when it is lower threshold of precipitation, and also the you call it the lead, it is still in the early lead time, so we don't really need climate indices as the additional predictors. However, climate indices are needed when we want to correct the precipitation in higher thresholds. And if you ask me what, and from my list of predictors, which predictors are become a best or good predictors, based on the predictor selection that I did, MGO, DMI, SST, and 3.4 is the most selected one. So I'm not only include those 4 predictors, but I also include the phase of the MGO itself, like phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, and until phase 8. That's all that I can say, I think.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian. Now we move to the next speaker. Bapak Ibu, we have Miss Dava Amrina here. She will deliver the topic of application of trajectory model on different characteristic value for search and rescue activities. I think it is a very nice topic. The time is yours, Miss Dava.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Danang. Because we are on the Bahasa session, so please allow me to present my presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. It's okay, Pak Danang?
Silakan, nggak apa-apa, silakan.
Baik,
Silakan.
terima kasih. Ya, mohon izin untuk share screen. Ya, apakah materi presentasi saya bisa dilihat dengan jelas?
Sangat jelas, Mbak. Silakan, Mbak. Dilanjut, Mbak.
Baik, terima kasih. Baik, selamat siang semuanya. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan untuk saya. Pada siang hari ini, saya akan memberikan presentasi mengenai model jejak lintasan atau trajektori partikel yang digunakan untuk aplikasi search and rescue berdasarkan nilai karakteristik objek yang berbeda untuk masing-masing benda. Baik. Pada latar belakang dari mengapa dipilihnya topik trajektori model ini untuk dikembangkan karena proses evakuasi korban yang dilakukan oleh Basarnas memerlukan beberapa tahapan sebelum melaksanakan kegiatannya di lapangan, dan salah satu kegiatannya merupakan aktivitas planning, tahap perencanaan atau planning stage, di mana pada tahapan ini diperlukan beberapa informasi untuk mendukung kegiatan search and rescue atau kegiatan operasi di lapangan. Salah satunya yaitu informasi bagaimana arah dan juga pergerakan objek atau korban yang ada di yang kecelakaan di laut itu, kemana arahnya, kemudian kecepatannya bagaimana, dan sebagainya. Itu sangat diperlukan untuk proses evakuasi dan juga pertolongan yang lebih efektif dan efisien. Maka karena adanya kebutuhan tersebut, dilakukanlah pengembangan informasi trajektori untuk keperluan search and rescue ini. Nah, berikut adalah model passive particle tracking yang digunakan dalam dasar untuk pemodelan trajektori ini, yaitu pada dasarnya model particle tracking yang digunakan ini memiliki 3 inputan, yaitu ada model hidrodinamika atau inputan dari arus, kemudian ada batrimetri, kemudian ada input data angin, dan juga model particle tracking ini sebetulnya bisa dimanfaatkan untuk beragam kebutuhan, tidak hanya untuk search and rescue, tetapi juga bisa dimanfaatkan untuk marine debris, oil spill, dan juga untuk kebutuhan larval tracking untuk marine protected areas. Dan pada model particle tracking ini merupakan model passive, atau di sini diasumsikan bahwa objek yang bergerak memiliki kecepatan yang dipengaruhi bersama dengan arus, dan objek tersebut berada dalam kedalaman tertentu dari awal hingga akhir simulasi, dan juga model particle tracking atau model trajektori ini tidak berpengaruh terhadap model sirkulasi arus. Artinya model ini yang nantinya membutuhkan input arus. Jadi bukan model ini yang menghasilkan arus, tapi model ini yang membutuhkan inputan arus untuk dapat melakukan simulasi trajektori partikel. Oke, baik. Pendekatan dari model basis vertikal atau model trajektori ini dilakukan dengan menangkap beberapa fenomena fisis yang dapat berpengaruh terhadap gerak partikel. Dan di sini ada dua fenomena fisis, yaitu ada pengaruh dari adveksi aliran fluida dan juga pengaruh difusi, yang kedua fenomena fisis ini kemudian didekati dengan perumusan metode numerik. Kemudian dari perumusan tersebut kemudian dilakukan pengembangan untuk kombinasi skema trajektori 3 dimensi, yaitu dengan menggunakan perhitungan Runge-Kutta atau RK untuk dengan orde keempat, Runge-Kutta orde keempat atau RK4 di sini, dan juga perhitungan random walk Lagrange. Perhitungan untuk Runge-Kutta orde keempat ini untuk mendekati dari fenomena fisis dari pengaruh adveksi, dan juga untuk perhitungan random walk ini ditujukan sebagai bentuk pendekatan metode numeris untuk fenomena fisis difusi, karakteristik partikel yang akan disimulasikan. Dari situ kemudian dikembangkanlah model trajektori partikel yang dikenal dengan model passive particle tracking ini. Nah, ini adalah rumus dasar dari model jejak lintasan partikel yang digunakan, yaitu posisi partikel yang baru ditentukan oleh posisi awal partikel, kemudian kecepatan dari arus, inputan model hidrodinamika, kemudian tadi perhitungan random walk, kemudian ada perhitungan Runge-Kutta, dan juga kecepatan angin yang berpengaruh terhadap pembentukan arus permukaan, atau di sini disebut dengan WDSDC atau Wind Driven Surface Drift Current. Nah, kemudian bagaimana aplikasi model passive vertical tracking ini untuk keperluan search and rescue? Maka ada satu pengaruh lagi untuk yang dikhususkan untuk kebutuhan search and rescue, karena pengaruh pergerakan benda ini tentunya dipengaruhi oleh beberapa gaya, ada arus, angin, gelombang, kemudian ada arus yang diinduksi oleh gelombang, kemudian arus yang diinduksi oleh angin, dan juga berdasarkan dari gaya benda itu sendiri ya, yang dipengaruhi oleh gaya gravitasi dan gaya apung. Maka untuk keperluan SAR dikembangkanlah kecepatan relatif yang berbeda-beda untuk masing-masing kondisi benda, yang di sini disebutkan dengan UREL. Jadi kalau ini adalah kecepatan dari pergerakan benda secara keseluruhan, ini dipengaruhi oleh kecepatan arus, perhitungan Runge-Kutta, perhitungan random walk, kemudian angin yang berpengaruh terhadap arus permukaan, dan juga ditambah lagi di sini ada kecepatan relatif dari benda itu sendiri. Nah, kecepatan relatif dari benda itu sendirilah, inilah yang dipengaruhi oleh nilai-nilai karakteristik objek yang tentunya pada masing-masing benda akan berbeda, karena setiap benda memiliki situasi dan kondisi ketika mengapung dan tenggelam yang komposisinya berbeda. Jadi untuk satu benda ini diasumsikan oleh satu benda ini kondisinya ada yang mengapung dan juga kondisinya ada yang tenggelam. Nah, ini yang menjadikan dasar perbedaan dari masing-masing benda memiliki nilai karakteristik objek yang berbeda-beda. Nah, nilai karakteristik objek ini sebetulnya apa? Jadi nilai ini merupakan nilai koefisien yang diperoleh karena kecepatan pergerakan benda akibat dari pengaruh dari gaya seret benda atau drag force yang diterima pada saat benda bergerak melalui fluida. Di sini drag force di sini karena kondisi benda ada yang berada di atas permukaan air ataupun dan juga ada yang tenggelam, maka drag force ini dipengaruhi oleh dua gaya yang berbeda, yaitu bagian benda yang pengapung akan dipengaruhi oleh dari pengaruh dari angin, dan juga untuk bagian yang tenggelam ini nantinya akan dipengaruhi oleh gaya seret dari arus. Maka nantinya bisa disimulasikan beberapa kondisi sesuai dengan posisi dari benda ini, posisi dari benda yang nantinya akan disimulasikan. Nah, studi kasus dari aplikasi model trajektori ini salah satunya yaitu dengan melakukan percontohan untuk kasus kecelakaan pesawat AirAsia pada tanggal 28 Desember 2014 di Selat Karimata, yang lokasi jatuhnya ini berada pada titik 3,9 derajat lintang selatan dan 110,5 derajat bujur timur, dan puing pertamanya ini baru ditemukan pada tanggal 30 Desember 2014. Dari sini kita bertanya gitu, bagaimana proses penyebaran partikel dari atau objek benda atau korban, di sini diistilahkan dengan korban, bagaimana proses pergerakannya sehingga nantinya proses evakuasinya lebih efektif dan efisien. Nah, desain dari model ini mengasumsikan bahwa proses jatuhnya pesawat itu ada 3 lokasi awal, yaitu yang pertama lokasi jatuh berupa titik, kemudian lokasi jatuh berupa area 1/4 derajat kali 1/4 derajat, dan juga lokasi area yang lebih besar yaitu 1/2 derajat kali 1/2 derajat. Dengan jumlah partikel yang dilepaskan untuk model ini diasumsikan 10 kali memiliki jumlah partikel 10 kali dibandingkan dengan jumlah korban. Jadi jumlah korban pada kasus pesawat jatuh tadi adalah 162, dan kemudian diasumsikan jumlah partikel yang disimulasikan dalam model trajektori ini adalah 1.620 partikel. Hal ini untuk meningkatkan probabilitas dari model itu sendiri, sehingga nanti diperoleh hasil yang mendekati kondisi, diharapkan untuk mendapatkan hasil yang mendekati kondisi yang sebenarnya di lapangan. Nah, skenario simulasi yang dilakukan yaitu ada 4 skenario besar. Yang pertama yaitu skenario tanpa nilai karakteristik objek. Ini adalah skenario awal dengan menggunakan model asli dari perumusan asli dari model trajektori. Kemudian yang kedua adalah skenario dengan nilai karakteristik objek, diasumsikan bahwa objek atau korban yang akan dicari ini menggunakan pelampung. Kemudian yang ketiga dengan nilai karakteristik objek tanpa pelampung, jadi diasumsikan korban yang dicari ini tanpa pelampung. Dan yang keempat adalah bagaimana pergerakannya apabila tanpa pengaruh angin atau tanpa wind driven surface drift current. Nah, ini adalah skenario yang pertama. Jadi skenario yang pertama ini dia menggunakan nilai perhitungan asli dari model tanpa ada pengaruh tadi dari kecepatan relatif, dan di sini adalah pergerakan dari benda ini dipengaruhi juga oleh pergerakan dari faktor angin yang berpengaruh terhadap kecepatan arus permukaan atau di sini wind driven surface drift current. Dan di sini dihitung bahwa jumlah momentum angin yang menyebabkan jumlah momentum angin yang berpengaruh terhadap kecepatan arus permukaan ini ada sebesar 4% dan 3%. Jadi fraksi persentase pengaruh angin yang digunakan adalah 4% dan 3%, karena jumlah dari besaran angin, momentum angin inilah yang dianggap paling bagus di antara beberapa simulasi-simulasi sebelumnya. Dan kemudian sudut pembelokan partikel akibat pengaruh angin yaitu 25 derajat, ini sesuai dari beberapa referensi sebelumnya. Kemudian skenario yang kedua adalah skenario dengan nilai karakteristik objek, yaitu dengan diasumsikan objek atau korban yang menggunakan pelampung. Nah, ini bahwa objek yang menggunakan pelampung diasumsikan memiliki luasan permukaan benda yang mengapung dan tenggelam ini memiliki jumlah luasan permukaan yang sama. Di sini dijelaskan bahwa A1 ini luas penampang objek yang mengapung, ini sama dengan A2. Jadi luas penampang objek yang terendam ini memiliki jumlah yang sama antara yang terapung dan juga yang tenggelam. Dan nantinya nilai A inilah yang berpengaruh terhadap nilai dari koefisien orientasi nilai karakteristik objek yang nanti dimasukkan ke dalam perhitungan kecepatan relatif benda. Nah, ini skenario ketiga. Skenario ketiga ini dengan menggunakan kecepatan relatif dengan nilai karakteristik objek, di mana luas penampang objek yang mengapung ini jumlahnya adalah seperlima dari jumlah bagian dari benda atau korban yang tenggelam. Jadi kalau dilihat dari keseluruhan ini adalah 1/6 bagian dan ini adalah 5/6 bagian. Nah, seperti sebelumnya juga bahwa nilai A inilah yang akan berpengaruh terhadap nilai dari orientasi karakteristik objek untuk skenario ini. Nah, dan yang keempat adalah nilai tanpa wind driven surface drift current, artinya benda hanya bergerak akibat dari pengaruh arus, kemudian pengaruh dari perhitungan random walk dan runge kutai. Nah, untuk analisisnya dilakukan analisis dengan menghitung berapa persentase dari partikel tadi yang disimulasikan yang mendekati dari objek penemuan. Jadi titik 1, 2, dan 3 ini merupakan titik-titik lokasi penemuan korban dan puing berdasarkan informasi dari Basarnas, dan kemudian kita lakukan grading di sekitar area tersebut untuk menentukan berapa sebenarnya titik-titik yang masuk ke sekitar grid area ini. Nah, ini ada resume dari nilai persentase partikel yang masuk di dalam grid berdasarkan 24 skenario besar tadi. Ada dari hasil yang diperoleh, maka skenario 2A atau skenario dengan menggunakan pelampung tadi yang dianggap memiliki hasil yang paling bagus. Karena di sini jumlah dari partikel yang bergerak mendekati objek penemuan tadi jumlahnya hampir 100% atau 99,9%. Ini adalah salah satu contoh simulasi baik untuk fraksi momentum angin 4% maupun 3%. Dan ini sesuai dengan tanggal tadi bahwa objek penemuan tadi ditemukan tanggal 30 Desember dan ini hingga tanggal 30 Desember diperoleh hasil bahwa ini adalah densitasnya lebih tinggi. Jadi ini adalah jumlah dari partikel-partikel yang disimulasikan ternyata lebih banyak mendekati objek penemuan. Nah, kalau tadi berdasarkan studi kasus,
Maaf, 3 menit lagi, Mbak.
Baik. Ini adalah aplikasi dari model passive particle tracking atau model trajektori yang saat ini sedang dikembangkan untuk mendukung kegiatan operasional meteorologi maritim. Jadi pada tanggal 27 April 2021 lalu di Pusat Meteorologi Maritim melakukan launching salah satu sistem yang dinapangkan dengan sistem INADRIFT, yaitu sistem informasi trajektori laut yang pengembangannya berdasarkan dasar dari perhitungan perumusan yang tadi saya sampaikan, dan saat ini masih dalam tahapan pengembangan, tapi untuk beberapa kasus kemarin sudah bisa digunakan untuk mendukung informasi pencarian atau SAR. Nah, ini adalah contoh bagaimana algoritma BMKG INADRIFT seperti yang sudah saya sampaikan tadi. Jadi ada pertama kali setting up model, variabel parameter, kemudian penentuan lokasi awal, kemudian initial condition, ini untuk keperluan oil spill, jadi ada initial condition untuk oil weathering, kemudian pembacaan dari ocean current atau arus, kemudian pembacaan input dari kondisi meteorologi atmosfer atau angin, di sini angin, kemudian perhitungan, kemudian ada penentuan lokasi partikel yang baru, dan di sini ada display dari bagaimana kondisi partikel itu bergerak. Nah, ini salah satu aplikasinya yaitu simulasi trajektori untuk kejadian pesawat jatuhnya pesawat Sriwijaya pada tanggal 9 Januari 2021. Jadi berdasarkan model passive particle tracking ini, ternyata pergerakan objek memiliki probabilitas 50 hingga 90% dan diperkirakan menyebar ke arah timur laut hingga timur dari lokasi suspek kecelakaan kapal di sini, atau maksudnya di sini adalah pesawat yang mengarah ke wilayah perairan utara Jakarta dan sekitar Teluk Jakarta. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Saya kembalikan ke moderator Pak Danang.
Terima kasih Mbak Dava ya, sangat bagus sekali. Tadi sudah disampaikan terkait dengan aplikasi trajektori ya, pemodelan trajektori dengan menggunakan model passive particle trajectory. Nah, ini tadi mencoba melihat dari studi kasus dari kecelakaan pesawat Air Asia di Selat Karimata tanggal 28 Desember 2014. Nah, di sini menggunakan 4 skenario. Jadi ada misalnya yang default, artinya di situ tadi berdasarkan modelnya dari defaultnya model, terus kemudian skenarionya misalnya menggunakan pelampung dan tanpa pelampung, terus kemudian tanpa pengaruh angin seperti itu. Dan tadi kita juga sudah melihat hasilnya seperti apa. Oke, baiklah Bapak-Bapak Ibu semuanya, mungkin ada pertanyaan yang akan dari yang disampaikan oleh Mbak Dava ini. Oh ya, ini ada di chat, ada pertanyaan, mungkin saya bacakan ya Pak Dava, mungkin bisa dijawab. Jadi ada 2 pertanyaan dari Verdi ya, BMKG. Yang pertama, model hidrodinamika yang digunakan dalam studi yang Bu Dava kembangkan, apakah menggunakan pendekatan barotropik atau baroklinik seperti itu. Terus kemudian yang kedua, untuk WDSDC, apakah Bu Dava juga memasukkan nilai wind stress terhadap permukaan air? Monggo Mbak, silakan dijawab.
Baik Pak Danang, terima kasih. Untuk model hidrodinamika yang digunakan, ini menggunakan model baroklinik. Model ini sudah mempertimbangkan pengaruh pasang surut juga, dan tentunya dengan resolusi 1/30 derajat yang diharapkan dengan resolusi yang lebih besar. Jadi nanti pendekatan untuk trajektori modelnya mendekati kondisi di lapangan dan hasilnya lebih bagus. Kemudian untuk WDSDC di sini belum memasukkan wind stress, karena di sini hanya memasukkan bagaimana besaran fraksi momentum angin, jadi beberapa besaran pengaruh angin yang sesuai dimasukkan ke dalam model yang paling bagus nanti hasilnya untuk trajektori model itu sendiri. Jadi sementara hanya menggunakan nilai dari kecepatan angin itu sendiri yang berpengaruh terhadap arus permukaan. Demikian Pak Danang.
Terima kasih Mbak Dava. Maybe we have all of our presenter here ya. Jadi pada kesempatan ini mungkin saya akan kumpulkan semua ini ya, presenter, mungkin untuk jika masih ada yang bertanya secara umum ya. Tadi mungkin ada beberapa pertanyaan via chat, mungkin panitia bisa ditampilkan untuk mungkin nanti bisa dijawab oleh para presenter secara bersama-sama. Kami persilahkan. Oh ya, sebelum itu mungkin di sini ada Pak Dodo yang raise hand. Time is yours, Pak Dodo.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Danang, Mbak Dava, terima kasih paparannya. Ini singkat aja, bisa membedakan objeknya Mbak, antara benda yang partikel atau benda atau material hidup atau mati seperti itu? Benda hidup, benda mati?
Sementara kalau benda hidup matinya belum, Pak. Tapi kalau berdasarkan ukuran, ya di dalam model itu juga sudah difilter untuk ukuran benda yang seberapa gitu, Pak. Kalau yang benda hidup atau mati di sini tidak diinikan, Pak. Tidak ada tidak ada perbedaan maksudnya.
Ada dimungkinkan, misalnya model apa yang bisa lebih detail mendetek seperti itu? Secara model dan teknologi mungkin.
Iya, mungkin nanti bisa dikembangkan apabila kita memasukkan beberapa parameter lanjutan di dalam kecepatan relatifnya untuk membedakan objek hidup atau objek yang mati. Karena di sini asumsi kita adalah hanya objek yang dia bergerak, jadi dia pasif gitu Pak. Dia hanya bergerak, tidak ada hanya dipengaruhi oleh arus itu aja Pak.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Dodo, Mbak Dava. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lagi. Tadi saya cek di di chat, kolom chat itu ada beberapa pertanyaan yang sudah dijawab. Saya kira itu tidak masalah, mungkin bisa langsung dijawab. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lain lagi, mungkin bisa raise hand atau mungkin bisa via chat juga. Bapak Ibu panitia, mungkin apakah ada tambahan lagi mungkin di mana di YouTube, mungkin kanal YouTube ada pertanyaan mungkin yang bisa dikopikan ke sini sehingga bisa dijawab oleh narasumber. Silahkan. Oke, jika tidak ada mungkin saya ucapkan terima kasih ya pada Bapak Ibu presenter, to Dr. Triwahyudi, to Dr. Tunaldi, Mbak Dian Nuratri dan Mbak Dava. We have the last session here in the second session in this day, and maybe I just write some notes here. Maybe I can share that. Maybe we can refresh that our mind now. I hope this is you can see this. Jadi saya mencoba membuat beberapa catatan ya terkait apa yang sudah kita diskusikan siang ini. Tadi dari beberapa presenter dan juga mungkin dari beberapa pertanyaan. Jadi ada beberapa hal yang mungkin yang menjadi isu ya terkait dengan S2S ini. Jadi yang pertama itu terkait dengan evaluasi. Jadi dari kehandalan atau skill dari forecast dari subseasonal itu sendiri seperti apa. Tadi kalau melihat dari presentasinya Pak Triwahyu tadi ada di level pada ring antara poor dan fair seperti itu. Artinya itu masih sangat lemah sekali seperti itu. Mungkin perlu ada peningkatan hal ini. Tadi juga sudah disampaikan terkait dengan membandingkan. Jadi tentang verifying dan testing dari model-model yang ada seperti itu. Terus kemudian tadi juga disampaikan Pak Tri tentang mungkin sedikit tentang mekanisme ya, atau mungkin tapi tadi dari sisi angularnya ya, angular dari jadi bumi itu kan bentuknya bulat, kemudian bagaimana itu itu bisa mempengaruhi mungkin dalam pemodelan itu nanti bisa jadi pertimbangan seperti itu. Dan juga bagaimana kita memahami tentang model fisik dan bagaimana itu baik diimplementasikan dalam proses interaksi antara sistem bumi tersebut seperti itu. Terus kemudian tadi juga Mbak Dian juga menyampaikan terkait dengan systematic error dan biasnya, dan juga bagaimana itu bisa dikembangkan ya, jadi mengintegrasikan dari pendekatan pengembangan dan evaluasinya tadi sehingga bisa didapatkan forecast yang lebih baik. Tadi juga sudah ada beberapa contoh yang dari Pak Donaldi tadi terkait dengan NGO dan sebagainya, dan juga tadi terkait dengan implementasinya, jadi diaplikasikan dalam misalnya trajektorinya tadi. Terus kemudian ada beberapa mungkin terkait dengan model tadi ya, jadi sebenarnya dampak apa ya dari coupling dari misalnya kan selama ini kan untuk pemodelan hanya pada satu sisi saja, mungkin atmosfer saja atau ocean saja atau hanya permukaan saja seperti itu kan. Nah, bagaimana itu digabungkan? Sebenarnya isu ini sudah lama itu kan, ada terkait dengan coupling antara model atmosfer, ocean dan daratan seperti itu. Cuma mungkin karena resource atau mungkin sumber daya yang digunakan untuk merunning atau menjalankan model ini sangat luar biasa, sehingga ini juga masih menjadi terkendala, terutama bagi negara-negara yang seperti kita ya. Artinya mungkin kita terus terang mungkin ya masih terkendala terkait dengan resource untuk komputasi seperti ini. Jadi ini menjadi catatan bersama. Terus bagaimana untuk mengoptimalkannya seperti itu kan. Jadi dari yang model tadi untuk mengoptimalkan itu seperti apa itu kan. Kan sekarang ini kan kita sudah mendapatkan istilahnya di website itu ada beberapa model yang cukup resolusinya cukup tinggi, artinya mungkin untuk skala global itu sudah cukup tinggi ya, ada yang 0,25 atau bahkan mungkin yang ECMWF itu sudah sekitar ya di bawah 0,25. Nah, itu kan sangat bagus sekali untuk ini. Tapi tantangannya adalah bagaimana kita bisa mengoptimalkan itu gitu kan, untuk bisa membuat prediksi S2S tadi. Nah, terus kemudian bagaimana konfigurasi sistemnya itu yang bisa sangat bagus itu. Jadi untuk mendapatkan hasil forecast sangat bagus itu bagaimana konfigurasinya itu kan tadi kan. Artinya mungkin kombinasi kalau misalnya tadi ada beberapa prediktor, tapi paling enggak ya bagaimana bisa mengkombinasikan dari beberapa variabel yang ada itu sehingga bisa berguna seperti itu. Terus kemudian tak lupa yang paling yang harus kita pertimbangkan adalah bagaimana errornya itu kan. Artinya mungkin apakah ada systematic error atau ini apa namanya dia cenderung tidak sistematik atau misalnya dia cenderung kabur, artinya nggak jelas itu errornya nggak jelas. Kalau misalnya errornya itu sistematik, nah itu berarti ada beberapa hal yang mungkin perlu dipertimbangkan nantinya. Nah, terus kemudian bagaimana hubungannya antara skill dari itu tadi. Kalau misalnya kita lihat itu biasanya kan cenderungnya semakin panjang itu kan skillnya itu kan semakin istilahnya range antara skillnya itu dia semakin melebar. Artinya kemungkinan atau istilahnya kemungkinan prediksinya kita itu semakin ya istilahnya mungkin perlu pertimbangan karena dia banyak range-nya itu menjadi sangat melebar seperti itu. Jadi semakin panjang prediksi itu kan menjadi apa istilahnya akurasinya itu juga patut kita pertimbangkan juga. Nah, ini bagaimana itu kan, bagaimana menghubungkannya itu dengan apa yang ada kita punya seperti itu. Terus kemudian yang terakhir itu sebenarnya itu ada apa istilahnya wacana tentang multi model atau ensemble model. Nah, itu bagaimana? Jadi manfaatnya itu seperti apa? Ya mungkin kita juga sudah apa istilahnya merencanakan atau mungkin kita sudah mencoba melihat itu kan. Jadi multi ensemble model itu bagaimana seperti itu. Cuma mungkin masih perlu beberapa ya kajian lebih dalam lagi. Demikian Bapak Ibu, this is just very little notes that maybe you can explore with the other study. Okay, I think it is enough. The time I just bring back to the MC to close this session. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dr. Danang Eko Nuryanto selaku moderator, para pemateri serta peserta yang telah berpartisipasi aktif dalam kegiatan paparan pada sesi kedua hari ini. Hadirin yang kami hormati, dengan demikian berakhirlah rangkaian kegiatan workshop internasional kemitraan BMKG-NOAA untuk hari ini. Terima kasih atas kehadiran dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami informasikan untuk kegiatan besok akan dimulai pada pukul 8 waktu Indonesia Barat dan kami mengharapkan kehadiran dari Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk agenda besok. Saya mewakili panitia yang bertugas memohon maaf apabila terdapat kekurangan dan kesalahan selama acara berlangsung. Akhir kata, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat siang.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih panitia.
Sudah habis satu, tinggal satu.